Chapter 2636. Undercity. The moment LV Peng appeared in the Wuji sect, he announced the completion of the teleportation portal. Almost all the books you want to read are available. It's much more stable than other websites and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. More than 10 saint-level array masters worked together and spent a lot of resources. After more than 50 years, they finally completed this important teleportation portal. Now, all the cultivators from the Life Star did not need to go through the long star path. They could directly reach the sinful star domain and explore the star path to seek opportunities. When the teleportation portal was completed and LV Peng appeared, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the others appeared. Looking at the bright teleportation portal, they were very excited. This step was something that all the heaven-defying cultivators in history could not complete. This was an unprecedented feat and was extremely important to the Life Star. Without the sacrifices of the predecessors, there would be no choices for the future generations. This time, Zichen used the promise of a sacred weapon in exchange for a teleportation portal that was important to the Life Star, but not to him. Just like Lei Dong's choice in the past, this was a sacrifice. After the teleportation portal was completed, Wang Xian, and the others appeared in the Wuji sect. Under normal circumstances, this was something that could not be completed even after countless years. However, at this moment, they only needed an extremely short period of time to return. Where's Zichen? Looking at these familiar faces, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage did not see any trace of Zichen and asked. Zichen went to the depths of the star path. He instructed that if the teleportation portal is completed in advance, all the great sages are to go to the sinful star. Wang Xianer said. However, Zichen said that if all the great sages have fully recovered their strength, they cannot enter the star path. It said that once a great sage appears on the star path, some special beings will sense it. We are still lacking some things to recover from our injuries. We are only sacred kings now, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage said with a smile. Sacred kings can travel on the star path. If all the great sages have nothing else to do, you can enter the sinful star domain now. Before Zichen leaves, he has some arrangements for all the great sages to complete. All right, let's go. On that very day, a group of ancient and renowned existences stepped onto the star path one after another. At the moment they had entered Sin Star area, the fighting competence of the Life Stars had rocketed. With these experts keeping watch, other than the 3 overlords in the Star Road, the other forces would not be able to contend with them. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. After the Azure Dragon Grand Sage and the rest arrived, they quickly understood the layout of the Star Road. Holding the token that Zichen had left behind, the Azure Dragon Grand Sage said, "Let's go. Let's finish the path that the little guy didn't finish." The other saints nodded in agreement. Among the saints, there was the Thunder Sage Beast, the Yinzhong Grand Sage, Rosefinch, the Xuanwu Grand Sage, the White Tiger Grand Sage, Fairy Ling Xuan, the saint who forged the heavenly weapon for Zichen, and other older generation saints. These people were much more powerful than Zichen and the others when they ventured deeper, both in terms of realm and combat power. Su Mengyao opened her eyes and looked at the dense forest in front of her. Is it in that direction? Zichen followed Su Mengyao's gaze and said, "It's beside that tree." Su Mengyao pointed at the ancient tree in front of her. Then she clasped her hands together and made a few hand signs. Her unique energy appeared in front of her and started to condense. Usually, when one needed to open up a space, Su Mengyao only needed to point her finger. However, her expression was very serious now. She even needed to make hand signs and accumulate energy. It was clear that this place was not only difficult to calculate, but its defense was also unprecedentedly strong. After 3 breaths, Su Mengyao released the light of energy in front of her. The light landed beside the ancient tree and caused the space there to tremble. Then, a ripple of energy appeared and spread in all directions. This ripple carried a very strong offensive power. Wherever it passed, all the ancient trees were instantly turned into dust and disappeared. The energy quickly came to the side of Zichen and the rest. Energy shields appeared around them. Under the vibration of the ripple, the shields trembled continuously. It was as if a powerful saint was attacking. This kind of vibrating energy lasted for a full 15 minutes. After a quarter of an hour, there was nothing left on the planet. Everything had been reduced to dust. If it had been an ordinary saint, they would have perished under the constant barrage of attacks for 15 minutes. After the vibration of energy disappeared, a spatial passage appeared in front of everyone. The spatial passage looked very unstable. From time to time, there would be pure energy spewing out of it. There was no energy in the void. The situation in front of them was a little special. They waited outside the spatial passage for another 15 minutes. Not only did the spatial passage not stabilize, but it also became more and more unstable. It was as if there was a sea of energy on the other side of the space. After a gap was opened, the energy kept pouring in. "We can't go on like this. We should go and take a look," Monk said in a deep voice. Zichen nodded and said, "Send a clone over first." Zichen's clone was still in the Wuji sect, so the clone he condensed would be far less powerful than his real body. It would be greatly restricted. Buddhist light flashed on Monk's body. The authentic golden body of Buddhism was activated. After this clone of Monk appeared, it directly flew toward the energy passage in front of them. He was very fast. Buddhist light surged around his body. The strongest defense appeared on the surface of his body as he entered the passage. Everyone stared at the passage until Monk's clone disappeared. Then they turned back to look at Monk. After a while, Monk's eyes flashed with a bright light. He said, "There's no danger inside, but it will definitely surprise you." As he spoke, he was the first to walk into the passage. "You'd better hurry up. If you're late, this passage might be destroyed." Zichen and the others followed closely behind. They maintained a defensive light shield around their bodies, allowing the energy storm to wreak havoc. Then they passed through the passage. After passing through the passage, they came to another star field. Seeing the scene in front of them, everyone's faces were filled with shock. The void, which was supposed to be empty, was now like a frozen world. The energy between heaven and earth had completely solidified, forming into crystals. At a glance, it was almost impossible to distinguish which were Saint crystals and which were energy crystals. The entire void was filled with colorful, solidified energy light. It was very beautiful. At this moment, because of the passage that forcibly appeared behind them, some changes had occurred in this fixed energy world. The solid energy was attracted. Some of the Saint crystals spun at high speed and flew toward them. This beautiful world began to move. Amitabha, these people are too wasteful. There are so many resources, but they don't use them. They're completely wasting them here. Monk couldn't help but exclaim when he saw the scene in front of him. This void space, which was supposed to be empty, was now filled with solid energy. There were even some huge planets in it. It should be that after it was sealed, it hasn't been collected. There are indeed a lot of resources here. They can create many powerhouses. Looking at this world full of energy, Zichen could also imagine that this should be the accumulation of hundreds of thousands of years. And in these years, the Jadu family must have obtained so many resources and cultivated many powerhouses. Meng Yao, seal the passage first. Otherwise, with so much energy rioting, the passage will be blown up. Zichen ordered. If there was no passage, they wouldn't be able to get out. There are so many resources. Can you take them all? Monk asked worriedly. But while he was talking, he didn't stay idle. Together with his clone, he began to look for Saint crystals in this solid energy and then put them into his space. Seeing this scene, Zichen couldn't help but tease. "What are you collecting these Saint crystals for? The most precious resources here are those planets. Look at how many there are here. I'm afraid there are thousands of them. You can go collect them." Listening to Zichen's teasing, Monk said with some annoyance, "Do you think I don't want to? But if I want to collect these planets, it will take too much energy. It's better to collect some Saint crystals." Everyone looked at each other and smiled. They had known Monk for a long time and knew how greedy this guy was. "Everyone, don't stay idle. Collect as many as you can." Zichen took out the universe origin cauldron, and an ancient saint aura began to spread. The crowd, who were about to disperse, turned around and looked at the cauldron in Zichen's hand after sensing this aura. "This is the universe origin cauldron?" Xingchen asked. Zichen nodded and said, "Yes, but it's not in its strongest state. However, it's much stronger than ordinary saint weapons." In Zichen's hand, the universe origin cauldron trembled slightly, forming a ripple that spread out. Wherever the ripple passed, the solidified energy in the surroundings disappeared. The universe origin cauldron left Zichen's hand and flew forward. As it moved forward, the universe origin cauldron rotated. Roars of beasts could be heard as the universe origin cauldron began to expand. Looking at the expanding universe origin cauldron, Monk's eyes lit up. He stared at it without blinking and asked coldly, "There are so many resources. Can you collect them all?" Zichen replied, "If there's enough time, I can collect them even if there are 100 times more." Monk heard this and stopped collecting Saint crystals. He said directly, "Such a good thing. Why don't you let me try to control it? Go away and play." How could Zichen not know what Monk was thinking? He sneered and began to charge forward. The solidified energy crystals here were the purest form of energy. They were true resources. Perhaps they were useless to saints like them, but they were very useful to heavenly realm experts. While controlling the universe origin cauldron to move forward, Zichen also opened his mind. He used his spiritual sense to explore his own world and then opened it up. Chapter 2637. C_T. In this star road, even a heaven-defying cultivator like him would be suppressed, unable to let living things like physical bodies enter. However, these pure energies could be collected. Hence, Zichen opened up his mind and turned himself into a black hole, absorbing the surrounding solid energy crystals. Boom! The universal origin cauldron was still expanding, but as it expanded, there was a huge suction force coming from it, as if a door to another world had opened. Under this violent suction force, the surrounding resources disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. At the same time, because of the huge commotion, the universal origin cauldron that was absorbing resources was constantly rumbling. Xingchen and the others didn't stay idle either. They went straight to those planets. These planets represented resources. Although it would take some time to collect them, they could still collect as much as they could. "You bald bastard, we are making too much of a ruckus. We will definitely alarm the people of the Huate family. Hurry up and collect the planets for me." Zichen couldn't help but curse as he looked at the monk who was still collecting Saint crystals. "Why don't you go?" The monk looked at Zichen in dissatisfaction. "Can't you see that my 2 clones have already gone?" The 2 clones represented extreme yin and extreme yang. They didn't have a world in their bodies, so they couldn't use it to collect energy. They could only seal the planets. Lord Zheng's clones have also gone. Can't you see? The monk couldn't help but sneer. The devil ape went to refine the planets. As he was moving forward, his body suddenly flashed, and thousands of devil apes appeared. The combat strength of these devil apes might not be strong, but in this place, they didn't need to have much combat strength. With so many devil apes working together, it would be hundreds to thousands of Saint crystals. This scene left the monk dumbfounded. He was filled with envy. Swoosh! At this moment, Zichen's body flashed, and many Zichen appeared. They also went straight to those planets. Humph, our Hut clones. Do you think Lord Zung doesn't have any? The monk snorted and summoned dozens of clones. These clones had strong combat strength, but unfortunately, the efficiency of collecting Saint crystals wasn't high. I miscalculated. If I knew this would happen, I would have brought everyone here. While collecting the surrounding solid energy, Zichen felt a little regretful. If he had brought all the cultivators in the Nephis starfield here, it would be too easy to collect the resources here. However, this consideration was obviously unrealistic. For the resources in front of them, the speed of collecting them was too slow. Moreover, the most important resources couldn't be collected in a short period of time. Zichen no longer controlled his own world. He had turned into a black hole and allowed his world to absorb the surrounding energy. His spiritual senses were all focused on the universal origin cauldron. Now, only by relying on the Saint weapon could he collect the maximum amount of resources, especially those planets which could produce too many saints. They had to be taken away. Expand! With a single thought, Zichen's soul began to frantically pour into the universal origin cauldron. The beastly roars within the cauldron grew louder and louder as the surface of the cauldron burned with raging flames. At the same time, the entire cauldron began to expand. 100 zhang, 1,000 zhang, 2,000 zhang, 3,000 zhang, and it was still expanding. With such a large cauldron, it began to absorb the surrounding resources. The commotion was even greater. Clones, come and help me! Zichen bellowed. His two clones, Zenithine and Zenithyan, returned and sat cross-legged beside Zichen. The three of them worked together to control the cauldron. The cauldron continued to expand. Soon, it had reached 10,000 zhang. The ocean-like energy reserves in Zichen's body were rapidly depleting. This was the price he had to pay to fully control the Saint weapon. At the same time, his perfect soul was also rapidly depleting. Although the amount of resources entering the cauldron world with every breath was immeasurable, Zichen couldn't bear such consumption. Senior, help me! Such an opportunity only came once in a lifetime. Once it was missed, it would be gone forever. Therefore, Zichen called out to Cauldron Spirit, who was still fusing with his soul. Cauldron Spirit soon woke up. When he saw the scene before him, he was astonished. So many resources. Where is this place? The Huite clan. We don't have much time. Let's try to collect those planets before they discover us. This was Zichen's objective. Collecting Saint crystals and other resources was nothing to him. What was truly important was those planets, and the saints they created had much higher potential than those created with Saint crystals. Boom! The awakened Cauldron Spirit no longer spoke. He cooperated with Zichen to control the cauldron. In an instant, the cauldron expanded to 20,000 zhang. Then it continued to expand at a speed of 10,000 zhang. My soul has yet to reach its peak. Otherwise, it would be too easy to collect these things. Cauldron Spirit's slightly regretful voice sounded as the cauldron expanded. However, the speed at which the cauldron was expanding was already astonishing to Zichen and the others. Just imagine the scene of such a huge cauldron devouring the surrounding resources with all its might. At this moment, the mouth of the cauldron had turned into a vortex. The resources in the void revolved around the vortex before being sucked into the cauldron. The universal origin cauldron expanded to 100,000 zhang. It continued to expand until it could envelop an entire planet. Then, the universal origin cauldron began to move. It arrived below one of the planets and exerted a powerful suction force on the planet. Rumbling noises sounded as the planet began to tremble and slowly descend. This method was undoubtedly much faster than the others condensing the planets. Moreover, During the process of the planet's descent, the boundless solid energies and St. crystals in the surroundings were continuously sucked into the cauldron. Rumbling noises reverberated throughout the void. All kinds of lights flashed unceasingly. While the universal origin cauldron was collecting the planets, the others were not idling around. They were condensing the planets, one after another. The so-called condensation here wasn't refining. Instead, it was everyone standing outside the planet and releasing waves of energy onto the planet, using their strength to seal the planet. It was just like the sealed planet that Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu had given to Zichen. Naturally, everyone knew how to seal a planet. However, LV Peng, a formation master, could do it much faster. None of them were idling around. Moreover, as time went by, their mood became more and more nervous. After all, this situation was no different from a robbery. Moreover, they were at someone else's doorstep. If things went wrong, powerful existences might appear and besiege them in the next moment. Rumble. The void trembled. Finally, an enormous void zone appeared in the sky. It was a planet that had been sucked into the universal origin cauldron. With the assistance of Zichen and the cauldron spirit, it took them 15 minutes to do so. Then the universal origin cauldron moved again and landed below another planet. According to the calculation of collecting a planet in a quarter of an hour, if he wanted to collect all the planets in this void space, it would take him years to calculate. The number of planets that had accumulated in this space over the past hundreds of thousands of years was simply too many. Just think about it. A vast void that required aircraft to travel through was actually filled with energy. How many planets would be hidden in this energy? Rumble. The sky trembled again. Another planet was sucked into the universal origin cauldron. Collecting 2 planets would allow them to produce about 10 saints. However, it was still far from their goal. Time was of the essence. No one knew when the cultivators of the Hort clan would notice this scene and come out to stop them. The originally relaxed atmosphere became more and more tense. The party began to collect the planets with all their might. There was no longer any banter. Every one of them used their most powerful techniques, without any intention of holding back. Rumbling noises reverberated throughout heaven and earth. Under the powerful cooperation of Zichen and the cauldron spirit, the 3rd planet was sucked into the universal origin cauldron. Then the 4th planet, the 5th planet, the 6th planet, the 10th planet. Obtaining 10 planets this time was undoubtedly a huge gain. For this trip, it was completely worth it. Multicolored lights flashed in the void like thunder and lightning. The enormous planet above Tyrant's head finally began to shrink bit by bit under the enhancement of the seals. When the planet shrunk to the size of a palm, Tyrant smiled satisfyingly and kept the planet. During this period, Zichen had collected as many as 20 planets using the universal origin cauldron. Then the demonic ape, Xingchen, and the others each collected a planet. With the disappearance of the 20 or so planets and a large amount of energy, a small area of nothingness once again appeared in the void that had originally been solid energy. However, compared to the entire void, the total amount of resources collected by Zichen and the others was probably less than 1,000th. While collecting resources, the universal origin cauldron was still expanding. In the end, Zichen's speed also became faster and faster. In the beginning, the sound was not very loud. However, in the end, it carried obvious vibrations that caused the entire space to tremble. The tremors continued to spread to the depths of the void and eventually to a nearby enormous planet. There seemed to be a layer of restriction on the surface of the planet. The entire planet appeared to be in a petrified state. As the tremors grew louder and louder, the surface of the petrified planet gradually began to glow. After the petrified surface completely disappeared, the entire planet began to glow and release the aura of life. This planet that had been sealed for God knows how many tens of thousands of years was once again glowing with new vitality. The space on the surface of the planet distorted and formed a space-time tunnel. A figure walked out of it. He had a relatively young face. When he saw the scene before him after he came out, he was rather surprised. However, when he sensed the vibrations coming from all around him, the surprise on his face was quickly replaced by anger. Chapter 2638. Thunderous. The young man who walked out was a saint. Seeing that this place was filled with energy, he was very surprised. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster. It's all text with no advertisements. There were many planets in sight. For the cultivators on the star path, these were truly great opportunities. For these resources, they would fight to the death. But these resources only surprised the other party for a moment. After that, the tremors caused a look of anger to appear on the man's face. He roared, "Who is that damn thing?" His voice reverberated in the void, passing through the solid energy and spreading to even further places. But his words obviously did not get any response. The tremors in the void did not weaken at all. Instead, they became even more intense. Damn it! With a murderous look in his eyes, the young man charged forward. Around him, saint energy surged, forming ripples that spread out in all directions. Wherever the ripples passed, all the solid energy was instantly turned into dust. All the saint crystals were also destroyed in an instant. They exploded and disappeared into the world. The resources in the eyes of the world were just obstacles in the other party's way. He did not feel any heartache when he destroyed these resources. Soon, a straight passageway appeared in this solid world. As if sensing that the tremors were still at the periphery, the saint impatiently took out his aircraft, entered it, and began to move forward in a straight line. Along the way, except for the planets, everything else was destroyed. The angry voice soon spread to the outside world, announcing that the secret incident had been discovered. If they retreated now, they might be able to avoid a battle. But looking at the resources in front of them, looking at the planets that could produce many saints, could they retreat so decisively? The answer was definitely no. Not to mention the greedy monk who refused to leave. Even Zichen, who had maintained his rationality, would definitely fight for these resources. Only one person came, and he's a saint. Su Mengyao, who was not far away, spoke. Her words clearly showed her position and attitude. A mere saint is not worth mentioning. My avatar will slap him to death. The monk's eyes flashed with a ferocious light, revealing his evil side. His clone went straight in. Advertisement, since only one person came. Don't be in a hurry to kill him. Try to buy as much time as possible, Zichen said immediately. The monk snorted. He was a little unwilling, but he didn't refute. The others did not speak and continued to collect the planets. At this moment, each of them had already collected 2 planets, while Zichen had already collected dozens of planets using the universal origin cauldron. Zichen's meaning was obvious. Even the extremely intelligent monk could naturally understand. His doppelganger began to move forward rapidly. There was no path in front of him, so his clone carefully created a path, collecting all the saint crystals it encountered along the way. In his mind, these things had long become his own, so of course he wouldn't waste them. Speaking of which, the fact that he had to forcefully open up a passageway made Tyrant's heart ache. The clone, who was carefully moving forward, almost exploded with anger when he saw the aircraft barreling over and the energy and saint crystals that were constantly dissipating. Stop, you little thief. Stop right now. The monk quickly moved forward a distance, his body shining with Buddhist light. He used the Buddhist sound wave divine ability, and a golden ripple spread forward. Wherever the ripple passed, the solid energy shattered, but the saint crystals remained intact. It was obvious that even an angry monk would still think that these were his own things and couldn't be destroyed. The saint in the aircraft was a little dizzy from this sound wave. In addition, he could also hear a strong sense of anger in this sound wave. His figure flashed, and he walked out of the aircraft, standing in front of the monk. He was ready to scold the other party and then say a few harsh words like courting death. However, before he could speak, the monk shouted first, "You little thief, do you know where this is? You barged around and didn't see how many resources were destroyed? Open your eyes wide and let me take a good look. What are these things around you? Don't you know how to be careful? You're a saint, but you don't even know this. You're infuriating me." The young saint who was about to speak was dumbfounded. He felt a little dazed by the monk's barrage of questions and didn't know how to answer. "These are clearly my things, okay? You're obviously a thief. What's wrong with me destroying things that belong to my family? However, you're a thief. Not only do you not have the slightest awareness of a thief, you even dare to question me, the owner." Faced with the monk's questions, he didn't know whether to answer or not. "You little thief, why don't you quickly withdraw your energy? Can't you see that you're still destroying things?" The monk spoke again. His face, which was supposed to be benevolent, was now filled with anger. "These things belong to my family." Seeing the monk, who was supposed to be a thief, speak so righteously, the young saint had to speak up. "I know, but I can't waste them. Look at you, these." Before the monk could finish speaking, an even stronger wave of energy surged out from the young saint's body. This wave of energy swept across a radius of 1,000 meters. Within 1,000 meters, all the energy disappeared in an instant. The saint crystal also turned into powder, and the place returned to the void. "You damn thief! How dare you not listen to my advice? You must die." Seeing the things that belonged to him being destroyed, just like that, the monk felt as if his heart had been ruthlessly stabbed by a knife. His eyes turned red, and he rushed toward the young saint without hesitation. The monk, who was rushing forward, had a ferocious aura like a golden beast. The aura that spread out was extremely oppressive, causing the young saint from the Huate clan to change his expression drastically. His expression became very solemn. It had to be said that this monk who couldn't tell his priorities was the strongest opponent he had ever met. The monk was really angry. The Buddhist light around him became very terrifying. He was going to kill him. He would never let others destroy his things. "You damn bald thief, you should understand the situation before attacking. These things don't belong to your family. They belong to someone else." Seeing that the monk was about to rush in front of the young saint and kill him in an instant, Zi Chen's voice echoed in the monk's mind. That spiritual voice transmission, which even carried a deliberate attack, woke up the monk who had lost his mind from the heartache. As he rushed forward, his powerful aura was quickly retracted. By the time he arrived in front of the young saint, it had already dissipated. Bang! A strong vibration was heard, and the solemn saint was directly sent flying. The defense around his body didn't shatter, and he only stopped when he smashed into his aircraft. The monk's attack didn't have any effect on him at all. It seemed like it was all bark and no bite. The solemn young saint revealed a mocking expression when he saw that there were no injuries on his body. "I thought you were strong, but you're just SOSO." Farther away, the people whose spiritual senses had landed here knew very well that if it weren't for Zi Chen's timely voice transmission, the greedy monk, who couldn't tell his priorities, would have really killed the saint. "Humph, Lord Zeng wants to tell you that you should know how to cherish things. Little thief, it's shameful to waste things." The monk stood where the young saint had been standing and looked at him coldly as he spoke. "These things belong to my family. You're the thief. Although I don't know how you got here, since you're here, prepare to die." The young saint smiled coldly at the monk and began to rush forward. He seemed to have used some kind of secret technique. His speed was very fast, and he appeared in front of the monk in an instant. He threw a punch at the monk's face. The monk, who had already regained his senses, knew very well what he should do at this moment. Therefore, he decisively raised his hand slowly and blocked the attack before it could reach him. Bang! Energy vibrated, and the monk took 2 steps back. After stabilizing his body, he took the initiative to counterattack. This attack was very sharp, but he was a little slower than the opponent. His palm brushed past the opponent's face, and the opponent took the opportunity to kick the monk in the chest. The powerful force caused the monk to retreat again. "Little thief, is that all you've got?" Feeling the opponent's speed and strength, the young saint became more and more disdainful. "That's what Lord Zhang wants to say. That's all you've got." The monk smiled and rushed toward the opponent again. When he was rushing forward, he formed a seal with both hands and began to use the heavenly path technique. A golden swastika character that was surging with Buddhist light appeared and went straight for the young saint. Spirit destruction seal. Seeing the monk's attack, the young saint smiled coldly and began to form a seal with both hands. A spiritual seal that was emitting a dazzling light appeared in front of him. It contained a powerful aura and collided with the swastika character. Boom! Terrifying energy surged, and the swastika character exploded instantly. The spiritual seal continued to move forward for a while before exploding. Both sides were still evenly matched, and the young saint had a slight upper hand. Again, the monk sat cross-legged, and the Buddhist light on his body shone like a Buddha. He looked dignified. In front of him, the swastika character appeared again. This time, whether it was the power or aura, it was much stronger than before. It was like an upgraded version of the attack. Spirit destruction seal, second style. The young saint shouted, and the seals in his hands began to change. Another seal that was more powerful than the previous one appeared. While he was forming the seals, he was sneering in his heart. This idiot monk wanted to compete with him in heavenly path technique. He was simply asking for it. One had to know that the Huate clan had existed for so many years, and it was unknown how many heavenly path techniques they had collected. Moreover, they had specialized resources to comprehend them, and he even knew several powerful heavenly path techniques. In the distance, the crowd was not interested in watching a battle of this level. They only hoped that this battle would last as long as possible. It would be best if it could last for a few decades so that they could take away all the resources here. Chapter 2639. Thunderous. In the void, the two of them were having a great time fighting. The surging saint power continued to spread, destroying countless solid energies and saint crystals. Read the whole thing. The monk had already woken up. He knew that these things were not his. Fortunately, he no longer felt the heartache and let loose. After all, they were other people's things. Since the other party did not care, he naturally did not need to care. Moreover, he could not take all these things away. If he left them behind, it would allow the other party to create more saints. Naturally, he would destroy as much as he could. One had to admit that this change in mentality was much faster than ordinary people. In a battle, the monk was always weaker than the other party. Obviously, this was an act. However, the other party was not a fool. In the void far away, rumbling sounds were constantly resounding. Colorful lights flashed in the sky like lightning. Such a scene was enough to show that there were other people around. Moreover, they were collecting the resources here. To be honest, the other party did not care about these resources. In these years, the Huate family had not come out, so no one took care of the resources here. However, not caring and giving them to others were two completely different things. They could destroy these resources, but they would not give them away for free, let alone someone from the Life Star. The saint from the Huate family used the force to retreat. Then he took out something similar to a voice transmission talisman and prepared to send a message to ask for help. Bang! Seeing this, the monk suddenly sped up. A golden light shot out from his fingertip, and the voice transmission talisman exploded in an instant. You! The saint from the Huate family was obviously shocked by the monk's speed. He subconsciously retreated. I won't kill you for now, but I can't let you send a message. The aura around the monk suddenly surged. cold light flashed in his eyes. He no longer showed any mercy. The saint looked a little flustered. He began to display his powerful techniques. However, the heavenly path technique that he thought was powerful was useless against the monk. Bang! With just a simple palm strike, the powerful heaven's path divine art would immediately dissipate. After a few simple moves, the young man was stopped by the monk. The monk forcibly extracted his soul and began to search his soul. During the soul search, the monk had to ensure that the other party's soul would not collapse because of it. A moment later, Tyrant finished his soul searching and his expression turned ugly. Everyone, let's hurry up. It won't be long before the sage king comes out of seclusion. Facing the fear of death, the saint's soul trembled and begged for mercy. But it was obviously useless. It was impossible for the monk to let him go back. Furthermore, the current situation wouldn't last for long. After Zichen collected the 3 planets, the saints who hadn't waited for the young man to return walked out again. 3 people walked out of the spatial passage. When the 3 of them saw this scene, they were very surprised. However, their expressions did not change much. They boarded the aircraft and flew forward. It's 3 saints this time. Su Mingyao's voice rang out again as soon as the 3 appeared. Demon Ape, Xingchen, you 2 go as well. Let's end this quickly. Zi Chun instructed. Unlike before, the 3 of them were now on guard, so the battle had to end as quickly as possible. However, the premise was that the 3 of them couldn't send messages, but they couldn't die either. The aircraft soon arrived in front of Tyrant. The 3 of them walked out. After seeing the obvious traces of battle, the leading saint looked at Tyrant and asked indifferently, "Where's Duo Li?" Tyrant raised a ball of soul light in his hand and said, "Here. You're courting death." A cold light flashed in the eyes of the 3 of them. They charged forward without saying a word. Swoosh! Swoosh! Just then, 2 rays of light appeared from both sides. It was Demon Ape and Xingchen. One of them held a long black staff, while the other held a Xingchen spear. They charged toward the 2 saints on both sides. The 3 of them didn't panic when they were ambushed. The saints on both sides charged toward Demon Ape and Xingchen, while the one at the front went straight for Tyrant. A long sword appeared in the hand of the saint, who charged toward Demon Ape. An icy aura surged on the tip of the sword as he stabbed it toward Demon Ape. Boom! The black staff landed with a powerful aura. It shattered the long sword in one hit. Then, the powerful force landed on the saint's body. The saint coughed up blood and flew backward. Defeated in one hit, the saint's face was filled with shock. He instinctively wanted to send a message for help. Suddenly, a black light flashed and Demon Ape was already in front of him. He slammed his palm toward the saint's forehead. In the face of danger, the saint could only defend himself first. He shouted, and layers of defense appeared on the surface of his body. However, it was useless. Demon Ape's palm was very powerful. It instantly destroyed the saint's defense and imprinted on the saint's forehead, causing his soul to be shaken out. Demon Ape had already succeeded. Opposite him, Xingchen's Xingchen spear also pierced through his opponent's chest, ending the battle. Amitabha, the saint at the front, was obviously the strongest of the 3. He wasn't weak. When he charged forward, his murderous intent had already locked onto Tyrant. However, as Tyrant put his palms together and chanted the name of Buddha, a swastika appeared and sent the saint flying. Then, Tyrant stepped forward and decisively took away the saint's soul. Looking at the saint's shocked expression in the soul that was taken away, Tyrant said disdainfully, "You're just small fries. Are you worthy of being Lord Zheng's opponent? Lord Zheng is the most talented person on the Life Star." Hearing Tyrant's words and personally feeling Tyrant's power, the saint who only had his soul left had an ashen expression. If what Tyrant said was true, they were indeed no match for him, unless the top geniuses of the family were born. However, The time wasn't right yet. Those top geniuses couldn't be born. In the Huate family, no one at the same level was a match for him. Tyrant stopped searching the saint's soul. He looked at the straight passage in front of him and said, 1-3. Will there be 5 next time? The third wave of saints appeared quickly. There were indeed 5 of them. Zi-Chin signaled Bright Moon and Brilliant to attack. The 5 of them joined hands and decisively destroyed the enemy. During this period of time, Zi-Chin had collected 5 more planets. After that, more than 10 saints had appeared. With the appearance of these saints, they could no longer finish the battle quickly. Soon, news was sent back to the Huate family. Kill them all. Leave no one alive. Zi-Chin, who was still controlling the universal origin cauldron, said coldly. Thus, the saint's soul that he had captured earlier had all the soul power in it dispersed, leaving only the pure soul. Go to hell. Without the restriction, everyone's battle strength had undoubtedly increased a lot. The special black stick in the demon ape's hand kept smashing at the saints. One stick after another. The power of each stick was stronger than the one before. The attacks that came into contact with the black stick were instantly shattered. The saints that came into contact with the black stick were severely injured, if not killed. Brilliant stood in the sky. As his jade finger pointed forward, a saint would cough up blood and fall back. These saints from the Huate family all had extraordinary battle strength. Among those of the same level, they could be considered the best. But compared to Brilliant, Xing-Chen, and the others, they were far inferior in terms of birth and origin. Needless to say, Xing-Chen was the only son of Xing-Chen in the entire star tribe. Bright Moon and Brilliant were the same. They were unique existences among the various tribes. The monk was the combination of good and evil. He had mastered almost all the Buddhist divine powers. These divine powers were all famous. The devil ape belonged to the sky-rending battle ape bloodline. This bloodline adhered to battle, transforming and advancing in battle. Moreover, as one of the few existences who had broken through to the saint realm in the first wave, the devil ape's comprehension and battle strength were absolutely proportional. More importantly, the demon ape came from the saint burial ground. It was definitely not an ordinary sky-splitting battle ape. This battle had no suspense. It ended with the extermination of all the enemies. Then, the Huate family showed Zi-Chin and the others their foundation. Their saints began to fly over in large batches. Their numbers were increasing. Mengyao, come back! After sensing that too many saints had come to the Huate family, Zi-Chen sent a message to Su Mengyao, asking her to come back. Su Mengyao was not good at fighting. She would be at a disadvantage in such a chaotic battle. Su Mengyao nodded and retreated. Her white dress fluttered. She knew her own strength, so she did not show off too much. Xing-Chen, the demon ape, the monk, Brilliant, and Bright Moon began to charge forward, fighting with the dozens of saints from the Huate family. This time, the Huate clan had displayed their strength. They seemed to have an endless supply of saints. Every time one was killed, more saints would appear. But the monk and the other 4 showed them the special battle strength of these special existences on the Life Star. There were only 5 of them, but each of them could fight a group of people alone. As the energies clashed, more solid energies and saint crystals shattered and more nothingness appeared. In the void, saint blood splashed. The 5 turned into flowing light. Wherever they passed, saints fell and died. During this time, other than the monk, Xing-Chen and the other 3 kept dodging, sometimes dodging one attack after another. But the monk, who had the strongest defense, was completely rampaging. He was the most efficient at killing the enemies. Among the same level, how could the saints without a saint weapon break through the monk's strongest defense? Zi-Chin, who was still collecting resources, could not help but marvel at the monk's strong defense. It was so strong that it had surpassed Zi-Chen's physical body. Many saints from the Huate clan came, but many died. They came quickly and died quickly. These people could not do anything to the five. After a battle, they suffered heavy casualties, but they did not cause any fatal injuries to the five. Seeing that the death rate was increasing, these saints were afraid. They no longer fearlessly charged forward to die, but began to retreat. Such a sacrifice was not worth it, because soon more powerful saints would appear. At this moment, an angry roar came from the depths. This roar was filled with a strong saint's might. Is it a great saint? Feeling the saint aura in the roar, the monk and the demon ape's expressions changed. They looked into the depths. Chapter 2640. CNA. It's not a supreme saint, it's a sacred ruler. Xing Chen walked over and fought alongside the two of them. He said in a deep voice, "In this world, the probability of a supreme saint appearing is very low. Even such an aristocratic family can't possibly have a supreme saint." Xing Chen's words were very certain because this was another secret of the star path. Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu were the ones who revealed this secret, so they had no reason to lie to them. This was also why Zi Qin dared to bring 6 people to an overlord aristocratic family. Is it a sacred ruler? Su Mengyao, who was beside Zi Qin, turned her head and asked. Zi Qin nodded and said it should be. In the previous battle, he had joined forces with Xing Qin and the others and almost killed one of them. This time there were more experts in their team and their combat strength was stronger. He believed that facing a sacred ruler would not be so difficult. The monk and the other 4 were there. Zi Chen continued to turn back and collect a new planet with all his might. This was a void. The surrounding solid energy and sacred crystals had all been shattered, leaving only planets in the void. The saints in the distance who had retreated in fear saw Zi Chen and Su Mengyao, as well as the universe origin cauldron collecting the planets, but they didn't have the strength or the courage to stop them. The sacred ruler's aura swept over from afar, bringing with it a strong oppressive aura. The saints who had retreated parted to the sides as a middle-aged man appeared. Wherever he passed, all the saints bowed respectfully. The sacred ruler's gaze swept across these saints, and he snorted coldly. A group of saints could not even deal with 5 people. This was simply a disgrace to the Hort aristocratic family. That snort was like a heavy hammer that smashed into the hearts of the saints. Some of the saints who had been injured earlier turned pale instantly and blood flowed from the corners of their mouths. Trash! His indifferent gaze swept across these saints before he looked at the 5 people in front of him. Surprise flashed through the saint ruler's eyes when he saw that there were actually 2 great beauties among the 5 of them. But at his level, beauty was no longer everything to him. I haven't come out for so many years. I didn't expect that the rats on this life star have become so bold. Since you're courting death, I'll grant you your wish. The Holy King smiled coldly as he looked at the 5 of them. Boom! Suddenly, a loud rumble came from afar. A huge planet shrank continuously before entering the universal origin cauldron. Full text reading this scene attracted the attention of the sacred ruler. His gaze shifted to the distance and landed on the universe origin cauldron. Immediately after, his pupils abruptly shrank. Clearly, he had already sensed that this large cauldron was extraordinary. Greed flashed in the depths of his eyes as he said in a deep voice, "Go and take that cauldron!" The group of saints behind Saint King looked at each other when they heard this. Previously, they were beaten back. They tried many times, but they couldn't break through. Their loss is disastrous. Trash! I'll deal with these guys. Saint King snorted in dissatisfaction. His aura began to surge as his cold eyes locked onto the 5 of them. These saints heaved a sigh of relief. They purposely went around the 5 of them and charged towards Zichin. Swoosh! 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 At this moment, Xing Qin, Demon Ape, Brilliant Light, and Mingyu turned into streams of light and charged toward the saints. Seeing these 4 people, The saints shuddered and retreated once again. "You're courting death." Seeing that there was only a bald man in front of him, Saint King narrowed his eyes. The feeling of being looked down upon ignited the anger in his heart. His robe fluttered even though there was no wind. He raised his hand and waved his palm, preparing to attack. Amitabha. At this moment, a Buddhist chant sounded as Tyrant attacked first. A huge swastika print emitted a bright and dazzling Buddhist light as it charged toward Saint King. The swastika print enlarged as it moved forward, surging with a powerful aura. The Saint King raised his palm and brought it down. The void trembled as it struck the swastika seal. This swastika print that could obliterate a saint instantly shattered under Saint King's attack. Saint King's lips curled into a disdainful smile, as though he wanted to sneer and say that Tyrant was overestimating himself. Swastika. After his attack failed, Tyrant sat cross-legged in the air with his palms together. Buddhist light shone from his body as a light wheel appeared behind him like a Buddha. The first word of the 6-syllable mantra appeared. The space began to distort as this word reverberated in the air with an inexplicable energy. Those saints from before coughed up blood without warning and retreated in horror. At this moment, with Tyrant as the center, the swastika print reverberated within a radius of 3,000 meters. It was filled with a destructive force. Saint King was expressionless in the face of this energy. He took a step forward, and the energy around him surged. Tyrant's sound wave that expanded to a radius of 3,000 meters became distorted as though it was about to collapse forcefully. The second wheel of light appeared behind the monk, accompanied by the second syllable. Swastika. The distorted space became stable again. With the addition of the word of truth, the range of 3,000 meters expanded to 5,000 meters. Within 5,000 meters, golden light filled the air as the Buddhist light shone. The two words reverberated in the air. The saints who had retreated earlier began to cough up blood. Their eyes were dazed and their expressions were horrified as though they had seen something extremely terrifying. The mantra of the Buddhist sect is just SOSO. Saint King's indifferent voice resounded in the air. His voice was like a heavy hammer that reverberated in the air. Those horrified saints came to their senses after hearing Saint King's voice and immediately retreated into the distance. Xing Chen and the rest who were charging ahead also circled around Tyrant's attack range. This attack was indiscriminate. As long as one was within the range, they would be attacked regardless of whether it was good or bad. Tyrant's two words had no effect on Saint King. He took another step forward and crossed a few hundred meters. Murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Swastika. Tyrant's third word was heard, and a third light wheel appeared behind him. The original 5-kilometer radius of the energy had expanded to 7 kilometers at this moment. Saint King sneered and took another step forward. This step was close to 200 meters. At this moment, he was less than 300 meters away from Tyrant. It was almost a 2-step distance. Tyrant didn't seem to notice this. He looked at Saint King with a benevolent smile. A fourth light wheel appeared behind him. After the fourth light wheel appeared, a fifth light wheel appeared immediately. Ba. Me. The fourth and fifth words appeared almost at the same time. Tyrant's Buddhist light shrouded the area within 10,000 meters. The energy formed by the 5 words was constantly vibrating, causing the space to distort on its own. Within a radius of 10,000 meters, the distorted space was extremely dangerous. However, when the people in the distance saw this scene, they did not sense any danger. In fact, it even gave off a feeling of peace and benevolence. If the distorted space were to be compared to a dangerous, world-destroying, ferocious beast, then the feeling that the ferocious beast gave off right now was that it had been tamed. Not only was it not ferocious in the slightest, it was instead very obedient. It had to be said that this was a misperception. Once one stepped into it, they would die instantly. This could be seen from the surging energy around Saint King and the 2 steps he took. Under normal circumstances, Saint King should have arrived in front of Tyrant after taking 2 steps. However, he was still 100 meters away from Tyrant. Furthermore, his previously disdainful expression was slowly turning serious. 6 words Sanskrit mantra? You still lack 1 word. Saint King shouted angrily. The energy on his body began to surge violently. With him as the center, a swirling vortex appeared and spread out. As the vortex spread, the power of the 5-word Sanskrit mantra in the area controlled by Tyrant was rapidly vanishing. The battle in the distance hadn't started yet. Everyone was watching the battle between Saint King and Saint King. Even Zichen, who was in the distance, turned his head to look at the battlefield. The 6 words Sanskrit mantra was known as one of the strongest supernatural powers of Buddhism. It was a famous existence on the life star. It was also a supernatural power that Zichen had always wanted to obtain. Today, the saint-level Tyrant would undoubtedly display the full power of the 6 words Sanskrit mantra. Zichen was also looking forward to the power of the 6 words Sanskrit mantra. On the battlefield, Saint King began to move forward, step by step. His pace had gone from a few hundred meters to 10 meters with each step he took. However, as long as he was in front of Tyrant, he was confident that he could destroy him. Although this supernatural power was powerful, the gap between their realms couldn't be bridged. Wham! A 6th light wheel appeared behind Tyrant. The last word of the 6 words Sanskrit mantra was heard. After the last word, the energy within a radius of 10,000 meters began to surge violently. The void was constantly distorted, as if it was being forcefully isolated, forming a new world. This world was shrouded in Buddhist light. It was peaceful and merciful. Just as the world was forming, Saint King struggled to walk in front of Tyrant. It was as if he was carrying a sacred mountain on his back. 2 of his fingers formed a sword and pointed out with great difficulty. A sword energy pierced towards Tyrant's forehead. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back, and the shore is before it's too late. Benefactor, don't kill. Tyrant put his palms together. His merciful voice resounded in this world. At this moment, Tyrant bemoaned the state of the universe and pitted the fate of mankind. He was a true enlightened monk. In this world, Saint King saw a peaceful land of freedom. There was no killing in this area. The sound of Buddhist chanting reverberated in every place, making one's heart feel peaceful. Go to hell! Saint King shook his head and forcefully expelled this feeling. He let out a furious roar. The sword energy that was in front of Tyrant went straight for Tyrant's forehead. It was obviously impossible to control a Saint King's mind with such a technique. If I don't enter hell, who will? Amitabha, benefactor, repent and be saved. Tyrant chanted again. He didn't have any intention of dodging the sword energy. His merciful expression was as if he was willing to sacrifice himself to save the other party. Puff! The finger sword pierced through Tyrant's forehead. In an instant, Tyrant's body shattered. Chapter 2641. Siendre. In the Holy King's eyes, the monk was already dead. He stood in front of the dead monk and laughed proudly. Advertisement. However, in the outside world, in the eyes of everyone, this world that was not complete before became complete because of the monk's death. The Holy King was already trapped, and his emotions seemed to be affected by that world, becoming very unstable. Sometimes he laughed with a ferocious expression, sometimes he looked sorrowful, and sometimes he looked calm and peaceful. It can even trap the Holy King. This 6-syllable mantra is indeed one of the top spells on the life star. Xingqian looked at the world in front of him, his eyes filled with shock. Zichen's expression also changed. This 6-syllable mantra was indeed extraordinary. In some ways, it was even more powerful than his knife-drawing technique. As for whether the monk would die or not, no one would consider this question at all. Compared to the others, This greedy monk was also the most afraid of death. Although he said that he was willing to enter hell and so on, it was purely because of his cultivation technique. He was not that kind. Standing outside the world, they could not see what was happening in that world, but they could feel that it had become more dangerous. This was because the defense around the Holy King was dissipating at a relatively fast speed. To be able to break through the Holy King's defense, it was clear how strong the danger was in that peaceful world. The Buddhists are all compassionate, but the cultivation techniques they create are all very powerful. Is this really compassionate? Su Mengyao, who was standing beside Zichin, murmured, "Can't you see it from the monk? Their so-called compassion is only the compassion in their hearts. As for Buddhist cultivation techniques, they are all used to subdue demons, so they are naturally very powerful. But who is the real demon? Only they know in their hearts. The appearance was born from the heart. If he said that you were a devil, you would still be a devil even if you weren't. Buddha and demon were all in a single thought and a single word. The Holy King's defense shattered. The Buddhist light swept past the Holy King's body, and a bloody wound appeared on the Holy King's body. Holy blood splattered everywhere. A saint injured the Holy King. The monk's figure could no longer be seen. It was as if he had really died. In the world, the Holy King's expression became more and more ferocious. The aura around him began to become violent, like angry waves that began to sweep out. Pooh! 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 Rays of light cut through the energy and cut open the saint's body, causing bloody wounds to appear. The power of the mantra was contained within the bloodstains. This power seemed to have a soul and was constantly eroding the Saint King's body and will. Dollar, cotton, flower candy talk. Ah! The Holy King roared at the sky, his black hair dancing wildly in the wind. His Holy King chi exploded like a raging sea, forming an indiscriminate energy attack that began to scatter in all directions. As this energy surged wildly, the world in front of him began to tremble and distort. Powerful, truly too powerful. He actually forced the Saint King to use such a barbaric and costly method to escape. Xing Chen exclaimed as he looked at the battlefield. Although Bright Moon and Brilliant didn't open their mouths, the astonishment in their eyes showed that they weren't calm at all. Boom! The spreading energy filled the entire world. When it reached a limit, the world exploded. All the illusions around him disappeared, and the Holy King stood in the void. The many wounds on his body were real, and saint blood dripped from his wounds. With his hair disheveled and looking at the wounds on his body, the Holy King was in a sorry state. Anger began to burn in his heart. He was beaten to such a state by a mere saint and in front of so many people. This was simply too humiliating. He slowly turned his head and looked in front of him. The monk's figure appeared there. He looked at the monk and said word by word, "You must die. Amitabha." The monk's reply was only a Buddhist chant. Then, with a solemn expression, 6 light wheels appeared behind him. The power of the mantra is already useless against me. The Holy King's cold voice rang out. His reminder was obviously unnecessary. The monk wasn't using the power of the mantra this time. Behind the light wheels, a tall, illusory figure appeared. This figure was sitting cross-legged, but it was incomparably tall, and everyone had to look up to it. The pure Buddhist power around the monk was rapidly dissipating, and the tall Buddha figure behind him was quickly appearing. Finally, the monk's expression was clearly visible. He had a big belly and was grinning like a Maitreya Buddha. He had a face that looked exactly like the monk's, but was even more benevolent and kind than the monk at this moment. Buddha Dharma body. Seeing the tall Maitreya Buddha behind him, Xingchen was shocked and exclaimed, "It's actually the Buddha Dharma body. This monk can even condense such a Dharma body." At this moment, everyone was looking at the tall Buddha figure in shock. As for the monk's body, it was completely ignored. He was tall, like the ruler of heaven and earth, like a god Buddha. He was smiling and his smile was very benevolent. He lowered his head and looked at the Holy King with pity. He said, "Buddha, demon. Are you a Buddha or a demon?" The Holy King sensed danger. The Holy King's power surged as he looked at the other party warily. He was cautious and didn't answer. He wasn't a Buddha, nor was he a demon. He was the Holy King that everyone in the world looked up to. "You're not a Buddha. You're a demon. Do you want to turn back into a demon and become a Buddha?" The tall Buddha spoke again. The Holy King still didn't answer. He started to mobilize the power around him. After suffering a loss previously, he felt that it was inappropriate to answer. It was best not to answer. Demons can't walk in the world. "I'll help you become a Buddha. Amitabha." As soon as he finished speaking, the Buddha stretched out his hand. The void was shrouded in golden light. He slammed his palm down. This palm had an unimaginably terrifying power. It wasn't helping a person become a Buddha. It was helping a person to go to heaven. "Ha!" The Holy King roared. He rushed forward, clenched his fists, and punched the sky. Boom! The surging power of the Holy King surrounded his body. With one strike, the palm print shattered. However, the Holy King's body fell to the ground. "Your obsession is too deep. You've become a demon too deeply. Demons can't walk in the world." The Buddha spoke again. His voice was still as benevolent as ever. Then he slammed his palm down again. This time, there was a swastika rune on the palm print. The rune flashed and carried an even stronger aura. A long saber appeared in the Holy King's hand. He held the long saber in his hand and slashed at the rune. Bang! The long saber slashed at the rune, and there was a loud explosion. A strong force was transmitted. The long saber exploded, and the palm print came crashing down. The Holy King's body was hit. As the palm print came crashing down, it was as if it wanted to send the demon back to hell. This scene was completely unexpected. The saints in the distance were so shocked that they were speechless. Who would have thought that a holy king would be completely suppressed by a saint right from the start? Moreover, judging from the current battle, the Buddha seemed to be fighting for justice. He was forcefully subduing the demon. However, the root of the matter was that they were here to snatch resources. They belonged to the evil side. At the very least, this kind of battle had nothing to do with demons. At this moment, whether it was Zi Chen, Xing Chen, or the others, they completely understood what was in the Buddha's eye. In their eyes, there were only two kinds of people. One was the Buddha and the other was the demon. Whatever the Buddha said you were, you had to be. Today, both sides were still friends. Naturally, they were Buddhas. If they were enemies, they would be demons. Zi Chen deeply understood this point. The devil ape was the same. He remembered the first time he met the monk. The monk said that the devil ape was a great demon and had to be brought back to be suppressed. In fact, he wanted to keep the devil ape as a pet. Boom! The palm print exploded in the process of descending. The Holy King's body went against the sky again. Spirit destruction seal. As he soared into the sky, the battered Holy King started to form seals with his hands. A huge spiritual seal appeared in the void and went straight for the Buddha. "You're so stubborn." Demon subduing seal. A Buddha light seal appeared in front of the Buddha. There was still a swastika on the seal. As soon as the seal appeared, it went down and collided with the spirit destruction seal. Boom! In the void, the two seals exploded, turning into terrifying energy that scattered in all directions. The Holy King took advantage of the momentum and went up again. The seals in his hands changed again. Spirit destruction seal, second form. Another spiritual seal appeared. This spiritual seal became more condensed and powerful as it went toward the Buddha. Amitabha, demon, subduing pestle. The Buddha chanted. A demon subduing weapon that emitted golden light appeared in front of the Buddha and smashed toward the spiritual seal. Everyone watched the battle in shock. It had to be said that the monk's strength exceeded everyone's expectations. He could actually fight a holy king by himself. One had to know that the Holy King was a holy king. Clang! The demon subduing pestle hit the spiritual seal and was instantly rebounded. Cracks appeared on the spiritual seal. Clang! Clang! The demon subduing pestle that was rebounded fell again. After 2 more attacks, the spiritual seal was completely shattered. Then, the demon subduing pestle flew toward the Holy King and began to attack him fiercely. At this moment, everyone's attention was on the battlefield. They were all focused on the battle between the demon subduing pestle and the Holy King. No one was paying attention to the changes in the Buddha's expression. If one paid attention, they would see that the Buddha was no longer merciful. Moreover, he was much less talkative. He was no longer calling the Holy King a demon. The Buddha's expression gradually became serious. It could be seen that the demon he was fighting was making him feel exhausted. Clang! After the demon subduing pestle was sent flying again, the Holy King raised his head and stared at the Buddha. His eyes were filled with hatred and murderous intent. The wounds on his body had already healed during the battle. It could be seen that although the battle looked exciting, it did not hurt him. Looking at the Holy King charging forward again, the Buddha's tall figure could no longer hold on and instantly collapsed. Then, the Buddha's unique, loud voice rang out. "Demon ape, come and help." Chapter 2642. Thunderous. The scene changed so quickly that many people could not react in time. The monk, who was so powerful and tied with the sage ruler just now, was asking for help in the blink of an eye. Boom! The void shook as a black rod broke through the air. It carried a powerful aura and hit the sage ruler viciously. The devil ape did not let down his guard. He knew how powerful the sage ruler was, and naturally knew that even if the monk used such a powerful move, it was still impossible for him to defeat a sage ruler. It was already very impressive to be able to guarantee that he would not be defeated. The black rod fell with a powerful force. Together with the demon subduing pestle controlled by the monk, the two of them could stop a sage ruler. Terrifying energy surged in the sky. The sage ruler used one powerful move after another, but under the joint efforts of the devil ape and the monk, all of his attacks were neutralized. Why aren't you killing them? Being stopped by 2 sages, the sage ruler was filled with anger and had no choice but to signal the others to attack. Out of the 5 powerful people, 1 sage ruler could only stop 2 of them. There were still 3 left. After witnessing the monk's power, who could guarantee that the 3 of them did not have similar powerful magical powers. These sages, who were already scared out of their wits, were really unwilling to go forward. They were not afraid of death. But this kind of behavior that was purely suicidal was meaningless. What are you waiting for? Attack! The sage ruler, who was stopped by the 2, spoke again. The sages looked at each other. Were they really going to die just like that? Xing Chen and the other 2 spread out and tried their best to effectively stop the sages from advancing. Just as the atmosphere became extremely oppressive and the saints were stuck between a rock and a hard place, a voice suddenly rang out from behind. "Munan, you don't have to make things difficult for them. The combat strength of these 3 isn't any weaker than those 2. The person who said this was a tall and thin sage ruler. He walked over from behind. Seeing this person, the sages heaved a sigh of relief and immediately bowed. "Muyi, I didn't expect you to come out too." The sage ruler, who was fighting with the monk, glanced at the man. The sage ruler named Muyi smiled and said, "If I didn't come, I'm afraid you would be in danger this time." "Why? Do you mean they can still kill me?" Mu Nan said unhappily. "Why don't you give it a try?" With that, the saint ruler, called Mu Yi, suddenly charged forward like a bolt of lightning. He arrived before Xing Chen in an instant and threw a punch at Xing Chen's chest. Bang! The powerful energy exploded, and Xing Chen's body exploded. Looking at the shattered energy, Mu Yi said, "Take a look. Read the full text." Xing Chen's figure appeared dozens of meters away. His expression became serious. In his hand, Xing Chen gripped his spear tightly. With a thrust of the spear, he charged toward the Saint King who had launched a sneak attack. Radiant cut. In another direction, radiant light formed a seal with both of her hands. Blazing radiant energy formed an attack in front of her and followed closely behind Xing Chen. Mingyu pointed at the sky, and her figure rose. Behind her, a real moon appeared. Under the moonlight, her gauze dress fluttered. Like Fairy Moon, she held a long sword and charged toward the Saint King. The originally relaxed Saint King's expression gradually became serious in the face of the 3 attacks. I'll deal with these 3. You guys go to the front. Sensing the power contained in the 3 attacks, Saint King Munan, who was fighting Tyrant and Muyi, fell silent. Just as Saint King Muyi had said, if he hadn't come, a Saint King like him would have died at his doorstep under the joint attack of the 5. With their powerful opponents blocked by the Saint King, the other saints were no longer worried. They deliberately circled around the battlefield and rushed in Zichen's direction. Su Mengyao, who was beside Zichen, was about to make a move. Zichen shook his head and said, "You control the universal origin cauldron. Leave these people to me." As he spoke, Zichen withdrew the energy on his body. Su Mengyao nodded and began to pour energy into the universal origin cauldron. Zichen turned and walked forward. He saw the dozens of saints rushing toward him. Their faces were filled with murderous intent as their saint power surged. Zichen took a few steps forward. A light flashed in his hand and a black longbow appeared. Zichen held the bow with his left hand and pulled the bowstring with his right. As the longbow was pulled into a full moon, a loud dragon roar came from the bow. A dragon-shaped arrow appeared on the longbow. It emitted a blinding golden light, and a powerful saint aura spread out. Wow! The bowstring vibrated, and the arrow was released. The dragon's roar resounded through the sky. Like a bolt of black lightning, the arrow instantly pierced through the forehead of one of the saints. At the same time, the immense power contained in the arrow sent the saint's body flying backward. The arrow pierced through the saint's forehead and flew into the distance, disappearing into the horizon. The saint, who flew backward for a distance, lay on his back in the void. He lost all signs of life, and his body slowly fell, killing a saint with one arrow. Wham! 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 At the same time, the bowstring vibrated again, and the frequency increased. Arrows made of pure saint power pierced through the air and shot toward the saints. Faced with the arrows that were almost like teleportation, the saints' expressions changed drastically. They could only see the trajectory of the arrows and could even sense that they were the targets of the arrows. However, before they could react, the arrows would arrive in front of them. Some of them took out their weapons and slashed at the arrows. However, before their attacks landed, the arrows had already reached their foreheads. Not only was this attack impossible to dodge, it was also very powerful. Every arrow could break through their defenses, and after that it could even destroy their lives. The saints who were known to be immortal and indestructible had no room to resist this energy. They were forcefully suppressed and could not form the cycle of immortality until their souls were completely destroyed. It was as if this energy had a natural suppressive effect on their souls. This was Zichen's unique saint power that defied the natural order. Everything was destroyed. In the blink of an eye, Zichen shot 8 arrows and 8 saints died. It was a complete massacre. The 2 saint kings who sensed this changed their expressions. They thought that it was already very scary to have 5 powerful existences among the 7. However, who would have thought that the young man who should have been very weak in their eyes would be so powerful? Fortunately, after paying the price of 8 lives, these saints also arrived in front of Zichen. With so many people close in, they believed that this battle was about to end. These saints who arrived in front of Zichen were undoubtedly lucky because they were not Zichen Chen's target. That was why they were still alive. However, they were also pitiful because they arrived in front of Zichen. After all, Zichen's physical strength was definitely the best of everyone. Zichen took a step back, and a sword light brushed past Zichen's cheek. Zichen took the opportunity to punch the saint in the chest, and the latter's body flew out. As he flew out, the saint was also coughing up blood. He had already been injured by Zichen's punch. He was only injured and did not die. This saint was still very glad. However, at this moment, he suddenly felt a sense of danger. His expression changed abruptly as he heard a soft sound. Uft. After this soft sound, the saint was horrified to realize that his soul was rapidly fading away. However, he did not know what was going on. Bang! Under his horrified gaze, he saw another saint being sent flying. There seemed to be a misty light flashing by beside the saint. Then, the saint's body opened up and blood flowed out. His vitality was rapidly fading away. The saint, who seemed to have understood everything, did not even have time to close his eyes before his vitality was completely gone. Bang! 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 Amidst the attacks of many saints, Zichen's figure constantly flashed. While dodging one attack after another, Zichen would also launch one attack after another. All the saints who were hit by Zichen's attack and were sent flying lost their chance to try again. They lay in the void and died. The injuries on their bodies were almost the same. There was a bloody scar in the space between their eyebrows. In the blink of an eye, the first wave of 9 saints who approached Zichen were all sent flying. They all fell in the void and died. The expressions of the saints who followed closely behind were undoubtedly filled with shock. It seemed that this method of annihilation was much more powerful than the previous 5. Although the 5 of them had killed a lot of people, they hadn't killed so quickly and decisively. In their eyes, these people had only charged forward and then been sent flying. In the end, they died one by one just like that. The shocked saints subconsciously steadied themselves. They were very frightened. They had thought that the powerful existence had been stopped by the saint ruler. Who would have thought that there was an even more terrifying existence here? After they stopped, Zichen, who had lost his opponent, turned to look at these saints. A cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. In the next moment, his figure flashed, and like an illusory ray of light, he charged towards these saints. The rumbling sound was still ringing in the sky. The universal origin cauldron was seizing the time to collect the planet. In the meantime, because of the suction force it released, the surrounding saint corpses were automatically drawn towards the center of the universal origin cauldron. Zichen charged into the midst of these saints at top speed. Following a series of loud bangs, these saints' bodies began to fly backward. Except for a few who were lucky enough to survive after flying backward, the rest were attacked by the saber spirit while flying backward. Their souls were destroyed and they died. Similarly, Zichen's combat power was undoubtedly stronger than a group of saints. Run! The other saints saw that the situation was not good and turned to run. It was still the same sentence. They were not afraid of death, but it was meaningless to be slaughtered in such a way. The 2 saint rulers shook their heads and sighed. They could not reprimand him. The combat power displayed by the other party was too strong. It was so strong that it was beyond their imagination. He believed that even the unborn geniuses of the family would be slaughtered if they were to stand in front of him. Back off. At this moment, a cold voice sounded from behind. A saint ruler aura spread out. It was the 3rd saint ruler of the Huate clan. He had no choice but to come out early. Chapter 2643. Thunderous. Zichen didn't stop when he sensed the Holy King's aura. Instead, he continued to chase after the saints. One by one, the saints were sent flying, and the Holy King's aura was rapidly approaching. The saints were also desperately retreating. Zichen stopped chasing and looked ahead. He saw a beam of light, and within that beam of light, there was a pair of cold eyes. That pair of eyes was staring straight at him. Zichen stood in place. Facing the light, he didn't dodge. Instead, he began to accumulate power. Golden light shone around his body, releasing a powerful aura. Facing the light that was rushing towards him, he clenched his right hand into a fist and punched forward. The dazzling fist light was like a burning fireball. It went straight ahead and collided with the light. Boom! The fist light exploded. The light figure was also blocked. The energy ripples scattered in all directions. Zichen's black robe fluttered in the wind. He didn't take a step back. He stared at the light figure that had revealed a human body. A middle-aged man stood in front of him. He was full of majesty. His eyes were deep and cold. When they fell on Zichen felt as if he was being stared at by a poisonous snake. He looked at Zichen and said coldly, "You have some tricks up your sleeve." He allowed the energy ripples to wreak havoc. Lightning flashed on Zichen's back. The heavenly thunder wings appeared. He had a total of 10 wings. He was already extremely sensitive to space. After the heavenly thunder wings appeared, he became even more sensitive. Swoosh! Facing the Holy King, Zichen couldn't be careless. Thus he took the initiative to attack. He appeared directly beside the Holy King. A cold light flashed in the latter's eyes. The Holy King's powerful attack was unleashed. Swoosh! Swoosh! Zichen's figure changed positions in an instant. He dodged the Holy King's 2 attacks. His body appeared behind the Holy King. Unexpectedly, his palm landed. The Holy King's body leaned forward uncontrollably. Boom! Seeing his body lose its center of gravity, Zichen's energy exploded. He began to attack with all his might. This was naturally the close combat technique that Zichen was good at. When displayed in the Saint Realm, the power displayed was also very strong. Zichen's figure circled around Holy King, constantly changing his form. One attack after another landed on Holy King, who had lost control of his body, causing him to be unable to resist at all. The saints in the distance looked at this scene in shock. They didn't expect that after the monk, there would be someone who could challenge a saint. Furthermore, his opponent's speed was too fast. Many of the saints present couldn't even see Zichen's movements. They could only see a ray of light changing. As for the scene within the light, it was impossible to see it. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and it updates faster. It's all text without advertisements. This kind of extreme speed was much faster than theirs. Coupled with that powerful attack, it had to be said that the deaths of those people before were not unjustified. Boom! Under the barrage of attacks, bits and pieces of energy entered the Holy King's body, accumulating until it finally exploded with a loud boom. Zichen's attack also came to an end. He started to retreat. His breathing became slightly hurried. He had used up a lot of energy. After the energy exploded, Holy King's body retreated, blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glanced indifferently at Zichen. "I'll deal with this person. You guys hurry up and attack." Obviously, this Holy King also saw that the cosmic origin cauldron was extraordinary and was prepared to let the others take this saint weapon first. With that, Holy King started to form a seal. A powerful aura was released from his body. His opponent was a Holy King. Zichen obviously couldn't be distracted. He didn't look at the saints who started to charge forward, but released the sword spirit. The sword spirit had its own consciousness and could attack on its own. Although it was relatively weaker than Zichen's control, it had no problem stopping some saints. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, 2 rays of light, 1 gold and 1 silver, appeared from Zichen's body. These 2 rays of light turned into 2 clones and flew toward Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao couldn't be disturbed while she was collecting resources. Zichen used the sword spirit and the 2 clones to guard her. In another direction, the monk who was working with the demon ape flashed and also created a golden body. The golden body had the same battle strength as the original and went to help Su Mengyao. The saint named Mu Nan was very surprised to see this. He didn't expect that the monk would still have such a trick up his sleeve at this point in the battle. With so many tricks up his sleeve, these saints were undoubtedly going to be unlucky again. However, with so many saints dying, they learned to be smart. They didn't just attack blindly. Instead, they worked together to tangle with the clones. They didn't want to be successful, but they didn't want to be wrong. Extreme Yang. The energy around Zi Qin became hot. As the seal appeared, a mark of extreme Yang appeared. After this mark appeared, it went straight for Holy King. Boom! The Holy King's seal formed and collided with the mark of extreme Yang. The two forces of energy exploded, forming a terrifying ripple that spread out. Zi Qin began to retreat. As he did so, his body began to flash with gold and silver light. The two forces of extreme Yin and extreme Yang filled his body. His appearance became very strange. His eyes and body turned gold and silver respectively. Two different forces of energy began to circulate around him. A unique and violent aura emanated from his body. This aura made people's hearts palpitate. On the other side of the battlefield, the two holy kings sensed the change in Zi Qin. They turned their heads and looked at Zi Qin. Seeing Zi Qin's current appearance, their expressions changed. They cried out involuntarily, "This is yin-yang energy. It's that person's yin-yang energy." Of course, they were very familiar with that person. In the battle back then, they had suffered a great loss at the hands of that person. Although they had suffered great losses before, if not for Wuji's appearance, the Huate clan would not have to be isolated from the world and recuperate. However, because Wuji came after that, the entire Huate clan suffered great losses and had to close down. They did not expect to see yin-yang energy again after so many years. Moreover, it was the combination of yin-yang energy that was even more terrifying than the yin-yang energy that Wuji had displayed. As Zi Qin retreated, a ball of extreme yang energy appeared in his left hand and extreme yin energy appeared in his right. This was the first time he had used the yin-yang thunder lotus since becoming a saint. In the battle with the holy kings, Zi Qin had not completely broken through. Today he was about to use an attack that was even more powerful than before. My left hand is yang and my right hand is yin. Yin and yang in harmony. Zi Qin's left and right hands began to close together. The two forces of extreme yang energy violently rejected each other, forming a powerful wave. These waves contained unimaginable destructive power and spread out in all directions. Just these waves of energy alone could severely injure a saint. Is this the combination of yin and yang? How is this possible? On the opposite side of Zi Qin, the Holy King's face was filled with shock. The other two Holy Kings' faces were also filled with disbelief. Two completely opposite forces should not be able to fuse. This was common knowledge. Indeed, as the two forces of energy approached each other, the repulsive force became even stronger and more terrifying. The ripples formed made the saints feel the threat of death. The surface of Zi Qin's body propped up a defense, but this defense also slowly became distorted under the vibrations of the ripples. Qi! Qi! Under everyone's shocked gazes, the two forces of energy began to fuse and distort each other, forming an even stronger wave of ripples. This wave of energy caused Zi Qin's defense to quickly distort, as if it could break at any time. Netherforge. On the opposite side of Zi Qin, the Holy King saw this scene and became very nervous. Obviously, looking at Zi Qin's appearance, he was very confident in fusing the two forces of energy. Therefore, he could not see the scene of his opponent exploding. He could only use his strongest attack. A pitch-black vortex appeared in front of him. This vortex was like a black hole that led to the netherworld, but also like a giant beast with its mouth wide open. The pitch-black vortex spun with an extremely strong suction force. In front of Ziqin, the yin and yang forces were also fusing and changing, finally forming a yin-yang lotus flower. On the surface of the lotus flower, there were streaks of lightning flashing. The yin-yang thunder lotus took shape and floated in front of Ziqin. Ziqin raised his head and looked at the black hole in front of him that blocked his vision. With a thought, the yin-yang thunder lotus moved forward. As for the pitch-black vortex, it was rumbling as it moved forward. Under the nervous gazes of many saints, the two attacks met. The destructive forces began to corrode each other, and in the midst of a stalemate, the yin-yang thunder lotus exploded. After the two extreme forces of energy exploded, an even stronger destructive force was produced. This force instantly spread throughout the entire vortex. During this time, the vortex devoured some of the yin and yang forces. Perhaps because it had devoured too much, the vortex also exploded. In an instant, a powerful ripple spread out in all directions with the center of the explosion as the center. Ziqin and the Saint King were the first to bear the brunt of the impact. They were enveloped by the energy. However, before the spreading energy completely exploded, Ziqin and the Saint King quickly retreated. But as they retreated, both of them coughed up blood. It was obvious that they had suffered some injuries. In comparison, Ziqin was in a more sorry state. There were many cracks on his black robe, and from the cracks one could see the wounds on his body. Looking at the Saint King, it was obvious that he was not in a good state either. He was also in a very sorry state, and his face was full of shock. Thunder square seal. Ziqin, who was retreating, began to form seals with both hands. A thunder seal appeared. This was the Thunder Clan's Heavenly Path technique, which contained an extremely strong attack. The Saint King opposite Ziqin was not seriously injured. He also formed seals using the Huote Clan's Heavenly Path technique to fight against the Thunder Clan's technique from the Life Star. In an instant, various techniques flashed in the sky. There were so many of them, and their power was so strong that it was dazzling. The saints in the distance were shocked. Obviously, this saint, who was at the same level as them, was on par with the Saint King alone. Damn it! In the battle, the Saint King had not gained any advantage. He was getting more and more annoyed. 3 Saint Kings and a group of saints couldn't deal with 7 saints from the Life Star. After cursing, the Saint King no longer cared about anything. He reached out his hand, and a shining long sword landed in his palm. As soon as the long sword appeared, Saint Might surged. Everyone's expression changed drastically. That was a saint weapon. Chapter 2644. Siendre. The appearance of the sacred weapon was like a storm that swept through the void. Almost all the books you want to read are here. It's much more stable than the average website and updates faster. It's all text with no advertisements. Unlike Ziqin's overly reserved universe origin cauldron, the appearance of the sacred weapon in the sacred ruler's hands was undoubtedly more shocking. First of all, its sacred aura was more obvious. Compared to the universe origin cauldron, it had an additional aura that made one's heart palpitate. Most importantly, it was a sacred weapon that specialized in killing. On the star path, a sacred ruler wielding a sacred weapon represented the strongest combat power that could be displayed on the star path. The moment the sacred weapon appeared, Tyrant and the others all sensed that something was amiss. They all turned to look in Ziqin's direction with worried expressions. The sacred ruler wielded the sacred weapon and pointed the tip of the sword at Ziqin. A cold light flickered along the tip of the sword. Ziqin's expression became extremely solemn. Today's battle was different from the previous one. Last time, a heavily injured sacred ruler wielded a sacred weapon. This time, however, the sacred ruler was not heavily injured. Mu Nan's sacred ruler power surged around him as he stood in front of Tyrant and Demon Ape. He looked at the two of them and sneered, The two of you had better wait. You forced us to use our sacred weapons. Even if you die, you can be proud. Earlier, Tyrant and Demon Ape had blocked him. Now he could also block the two of them effortlessly. Muyi, who was fighting Xing Chen and the other two, blocked the three of them at the same time, preventing them from going to help. In fact, the five of them only expressed concern. They had no intention of helping at all. With their strength, blocking a sacred ruler was already very good. If they rashly went up against a sacred ruler wielding a sacred weapon, they would simply be courting death. The sacred ruler wielded the sacred sword and stabbed at Ziqin. There was no need for too many moves, nor was there any need for dazzling techniques. Just a single stab could fuse the power of a saint ruler and a saint weapon and easily kill a saint. The sacred sword moved forward, its killing intent locked onto Ziqin. The unique spatial suppression made Ziqin feel extremely pressured. It was as if a huge mountain was pressing down on his body, making every movement extremely difficult. Buzz! Golden light swirled around his body as a powerful saint's aura spread out. His saint-level physical body began to take effect, forcibly dispersing the pressure around him. Although it could not completely dispel it, it was enough to allow Ziqin to perform some simple actions. Just by reaching this step, he was already much stronger than the average genius saint. Seeing that Ziqin was still able to move, a look of surprise flashed across the Holy King's deep and cold eyes. There are almost all the books you want to read. It's much more stable than the average website, and the updates are faster too. It's all text with no advertisements. However, he soon sneered. How could a mere saint be able to block the attack of a saint weapon? Just as the holy weapon was about to reach him, the holy pressure became oppressive once more. Ziqin's lips curled up slightly as a smile appeared on his face. Then he did something that made everyone's jaws drop. A white ball appeared in his hand. Just as the holy weapon was about to reach him, the ball began to glow and formed a barrier in front of Ziqin. No one thought that such a barrier could block the attack of a holy weapon, let alone an attack from a holy king. The attacking holy king also thought so. His attack was unstoppable. However, when the tip of the sword came into contact with the barrier, his expression froze. What was supposed to be an unstoppable attack suddenly stopped. It was blocked by this barrier and could not advance any further. The holy sword and the barrier were locked in a stalemate, and the energy on the barrier began to dissipate. The holy king looked in disbelief at Ziqin, who was smiling faintly through the barrier. His powerful attack had been blocked by such an inconspicuous bead. Could it be that this bead was a supreme treasure? Just as he watched in disbelief, he saw the opposing saint actually grin at him. The smile was somewhat sinister and even a little cold. The holy king had a bad feeling in his heart, but he did not know where this feeling came from. Could it have been given to him by this saint? However, his opponent was only a saint. Facing his attack, he could only defend. How could he be a threat to him? Moreover, although the ball in front of him had blocked his attack, the energy on it was quickly dissipating. He believed that it would soon break through the barrier, and by then he would still be dead. Just as the Holy King was puzzled, he saw Ziqin, who had been using all his strength to activate the white bead, suddenly let go of the bead. Without the energy to maintain it, the barrier formed by the bead's energy depleted even faster. It seemed that it would not be able to hold on for even a breath's time and would shatter. However, this short period of time was enough for a saint to launch an attack. Ziqin tapped his feet in the air. His black robe fluttered as he soared into the air. He crossed the barrier and stared at the Holy King. The Holy King's eyes followed Ziqin's movements. A scabbard had appeared in Ziqin's hand at some point. After crossing the barrier, Ziqin was already leaning forward. His left hand was holding the scabbard while his right hand was gripping the hilt. By the time the sacred ruler realized what was happening, the black sword hilt was already flashing with a golden light. Whoosh! The broken sword was unsheathed. A bright sword light flashed toward the Holy King. The moment the bright sword light appeared, the Holy King felt a strong sense of danger. Without saying anything, he immediately blocked in front of him with a saint weapon. The advancing sword light was not obstructed at all. It swept past the Holy King's body and disappeared after traveling for a while. The Holy King's saint weapon was still in a defensive position. He stared blankly ahead, his forehead full of cold sweat. The surroundings were completely silent. Even the few people who were fighting had stopped, their eyes unblinking as they stared at the side. From the Holy King's attack to Zichen's defense, and then to Zichen's quick counterattack, only a short time had passed. However, time seemed to have frozen. Zichen stood where he was. The unsheathed sword had already returned to its scabbard. The white pearl had also flown to his side. The Holy King was in a defensive position, but he did not make any further moves. On this side, time seemed to have frozen. In the distance, Su Mengyao, who was controlling the Universal Origin Cauldron, entered the Universal Origin Cauldron in a flash after taking away a planet. Then, the Universal Origin Cauldron began to shrink and flew over. At this moment, everyone's attention was on Zichen. No one noticed that the Universal Origin Cauldron was changing directions and flying over. A beam of light shot out from the cauldron. This beam of light split into 3 in the air and landed on Xingqian and the other 2. The 3 of them disappeared in an instant. At this moment, Zichen finally made a move. He began to retreat. In front of him, the Holy King did not attack. One of his arms was suddenly cut off at the shoulder when Zichen retreated. Holy blood splattered in the void. A saber cut off an arm. The void was dead silent. "Oh no, they're trying to escape!" Someone suddenly exclaimed. Finally, someone noticed that something was wrong on the other side. "Stop them!" Mu Yi suddenly realized that he had lost his opponent. He shouted coldly and rushed toward the Universal Origin Cauldron. After Mu Nan woke up, he launched a fierce attack toward the monk and the demonic ape. "Time to go!" Zichen transmitted his voice to the other 2. He continued to retreat and was ready to meet up with the Universal Origin Cauldron. There were already 3 Holy Kings and a holy weapon. If this continued, they would not be able to escape even if they wanted to. "Go to hell!" The one-armed Holy King glared at Zichen with hatred. He held the holy weapon tightly and rushed toward Zichen. He had lost a lot of face today. In a one-on-one situation, he did not manage to kill a Holy King. He even used a holy weapon and lost an arm. Zichen no longer paid any attention to him. The thunder wings on his back fluttered, and he sped up in an instant, rushing towards Tyrant. As he rushed forward, Zichen held his saber tightly and stared at Mu Nan. Swoosh! Zichen arrived beside Mu Nan in a flash. He unsheathed his saber, and a bright saber light flashed toward Mu Nan. The latter's face changed. He steadied himself and started to dodge. The saber light flashed past, and a part of Mu Nan's sleeve was torn. Mu Nan broke out in cold sweat. The monk and the demonic ape started to retreat. They knew that they could not show off in such a situation. Boom! Mu Yi arrived at the side of the cosmic origin cauldron ahead of everyone else. His eyes were blazing as he studied this extraordinary saint weapon. Just as he was about to seal the saint weapon, the cosmic origin cauldron suddenly trembled. A powerful force spread out in all directions, causing Mu Yi to fall back. The universal origin cauldron passed through the layers of energy and shot out 2 beams of light. They landed on the monk and the demonic ape and took them away. Other than Zichen, everyone else had entered the universal origin cauldron. Zichen himself had retreated to the side of the universal origin cauldron. However, he was surrounded by the others. 3 saint rulers, a group of saints, and a holy weapon. It seemed troublesome. "Today, I'll show you the true power of a holy weapon." Zichen sneered as he looked at these people. He changed a few seals in his hand. Boom! The universal origin cauldron beside him went berserk. Deafening, beastly roars sounded from it. It was as if a ferocious beast was sealed within. Following that, lava-like flames gushed out from the cauldron. With blazing heat, they swept out in all directions. Damn it! The expressions of the three saint rulers changed when they sensed the terrifying temperature of the flames. As for the other saints, they were already experienced and had retreated far away when they saw that the situation was bad. The terrifyingly high temperature lasted for a few breaths before dispersing. The three saint rulers charged out, but they could no longer see Zi Chen's figure. "Over there!" a saint suddenly exclaimed as he pointed at a beam of light in the distance. "Chase!" The saint rulers did not want to be outdone and chased forward. If they really let him escape, the Huate clan would lose all face. As they advanced, Su Mengyao appeared again. She was ready to open a path for Zichen. Zichen held the universal origin cauldron. He had to protect Su Mengyao during this period. Chapter 26:45. C_T. The pursuers were rushing over. Zichen did not care about the other saints, but he had to take the three saint kings seriously. Among them, the saint king who held a saint weapon and had lost an arm was extremely dangerous because of the anger and hatred in his heart. Su Mengyao had spent some time to open the passage when they entered. Now that they were leaving, she needed less time than before, but it was still more time-consuming. The yin and yang clones appeared beside Zichen. They started to form hand seals and used yin and yang attacks at the same time. Boom! The two attacks exploded in front of him. The power of yin and yang blended together and exploded with an even stronger destructive force. This destructive power could block all saints, making them not dare to take even half a step forward. But to the three saint kings, this attack was not very strong. Behind Zichen, Su Mengyao was forming hand seals. Her expression was serious and her eyelashes were trembling. It was obvious that she was nervous. If they could not speed up, Zichen would be in danger facing the three saint kings. The three saint kings arrived in the blink of an eye. Zichen tightened his grip on the black scabbard. The lightning wings on his back flapped as he charged forward. "You're courting death." Seeing that a mere saint dared to take the initiative to attack, the three saint kings sneered and attacked Zichen one after another. Chi! A sharp sword light pierced through the void and directly pierced towards Zichen. Zichen's feet flashed and mysterious energy spread out. The advancing saint weapon slowed down slightly. This delay was almost undetectable. But to Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world, this was a fatal flaw. Taking advantage of the moment when the saint weapon slowed down, he dodged to the side and unsheathed his sword. Swoosh! The bright light of the blade flashed, heading straight for the one-armed Saint King at lightning speed. The Saint King's pupils constricted. He retracted his saint weapon and blocked in front of him. After suffering a loss previously, he naturally had to be on guard against this saint who possessed both speed and attack power. Zichen's sharp and decisive sword was blocked by the saint weapon. The attacks of the two saint kings came from the left and right. Zichen used his extreme speed to dodge them. However, he was only able to dodge one of the attacks. Another one landed on Zichen's shoulder. Dollar, cotton, flour, candy talk. The defense on the surface of his body instantly shattered, and his figure retreated, accompanied by the sound of bones breaking. This was the attack of a holy king. It was not to be underestimated. As he retreated, the cosmic origin cauldron in the air trembled and expanded in an instant. Like a mountain, it whistled toward the three saint rulers. As they advanced, all sorts of whistling sounds rang out in the surroundings. They carried some sort of attack, causing the three saint kings to become slightly dazed. Shwa! During this time, Zichen unsheathed his saber once again. A bright saber light shot towards the absent-minded sage monarch. With three flashes of light, The 3 Saint Kings all retreated, dodging the strike. Although Zi Chen's blade was damaged, it was no weaker than a saint weapon. Even the 3 Saint Kings did not dare to take it head-on. Damn it! Seeing that the passageway was about to open, but they could not do anything to the other party. The 3 Saint Kings were furious. Next, boundless Saint King power appeared, carrying a huge pressure as it spread toward Zichen. This time, the power not only suppressed Zichen, but also enveloped Su Mengyao. Not all saints could move freely in the face of a Saint King's aura. Faced with this aura, Su Mengyao's body flashed with misty light. Although she could still move, her speed was undoubtedly slowed down. This was undoubtedly much slower for breaking open the passageway. Seeing this, the other 2 saints were delighted. They all released their Saint King auras to envelop Su Mengyao. The cosmic origin cauldron trembled again and spun toward Su Mengyao. It floated above her head and rays of light fell, dispelling the 3 Saint Kings' auras. Under the pressure of the 3 Saint Kings' auras, Zichen's speed was affected. Facing the 3 Saint Kings' subsequent attacks, his reaction was slower than before. After dodging 2 attacks with difficulty, Zichen was hit by the 3rd attack. He coughed up blood and flew backward. Ever since he came to this world, he had not been idle. The energy in his body had been greatly depleted. During this time, he had even used the Yin-Yang Thunder Lotus. Whether it was his energy or his soul, it had been greatly depleted. Now that he was fighting 1 against 3, he was clearly powerless. The saints in the distance were so frightened that they did not dare to step forward. Before today, if someone had told them that there was a saint who could fight against 3 Saint Kings, they would not have believed it no matter what. This was because even the top genius of the Huete clan could not do it. It was already very impressive to be able to fight above one's level in a one-on-one battle. But now they saw that it was 1 against 3, and one of them was even a Saint King who had a saint weapon. Although Zichen had been losing and his injuries were getting worse, it was already very impressive that he could last until now. Looking at the entire Star Road, or even the entire starry sky world, who could do this? Swoosh! Zichen used the 9 passing thunderbolts to the extreme. But the huge energy depletion, in addition to the heavy injuries, caused Zichen to be injured again and again. He kept coughing up blood, but he still had to persevere because Su Mengyao was behind him. Every time he retreated, Zichen would forcefully stabilize his body and choose to charge forward again. If he could not hold on, Su Mengyao would be in danger. Su Mengyao was very nervous. Every moment she delayed, Zichen would be in more danger. She kept warning herself that she must not panic, because panicking would only waste more time. Fortunately, the exit was easier than the entrance. As the energy fell into the void ahead, the space there began to distort and a passage appeared. Zichen, let's go! Su Mengyao's voice sounded in Zichen's mind. Then she turned into a stream of light and entered the universe origin cauldron. Boom! The universe origin cauldron began to move violently. Like a moving mountain, it suddenly turned back. Blazing fire snakes kept emerging from it and wrapped around the 3 sacred kings. Zichen took this opportunity to retreat quickly. When it came to escaping, who could compare to Zichen, who had the fastest speed in the world? Zichen was retreating. The universe origin cauldron turned once and then shrank to the size of a palm and fell into Zichen's hand. It entered the passage with Zichen. Seeing Zichen running away like this, the others were obviously unwilling to give up and immediately chased after him. The second to arrive, Sacred King Mai, paused slightly and said, "If we walk out of here, it means that we have entered the world. So what? Is there any force that can deal with us?" The Sacred King with the sacred weapon turned around and said, then chased after Yi Fuqian without looking back. The reason why they had chosen to seal themselves back, then, was because the losses were too great. If they were not careful, they might be attacked by the forces they once belonged to. However, after so many years of recuperation, no force could threaten the Huate family unless the real doomsday battle started. The two sacred kings hesitated for a while and then chased after Yi Fuqian. The sacred kings who came later also followed them out. After walking out of the passage, it was the only planet. Zi-Chen's figure flashed and passed through the planet, returning to the path he came from. Then, a beam of light shot out from the universe origin cauldron. The beam of light landed somewhere in the void, and a passage appeared there. Zi-Chen entered the passage without hesitation and arrived outside the Huate family. He then began to run. After the three sacred kings appeared, they chased after him. On this day, many sacred kings and three sacred kings of the Huate family appeared, announcing their complete reappearance. However, this reappearance was accompanied by anger. All the forces knew that the Huate family was chasing after a sacred king from the Life Star. Few people knew this sacred king, but the fact that he could survive the pursuit of three sacred kings also caused a huge shock. In fact, Zi-Chen had already done many sensational things on this star passage. However, those things were only in the outer star fields and had not spread to the depths of this star field. Even if they did, no force would care. Wasn't it just subduing the Nepha's star field? If the forces in the depths were willing, they could easily subdue a star field. The cultivators of the Huate family had reappeared after so many years. Moreover, they had reappeared in the form of a pursuit. Obviously, they would not give up until they achieved their goal. All the forces were silently watching this scene. During this period, some forces wanted to help. But after their sacred kings fell in a face-to-face confrontation, they completely dispelled this idea. In the face of such a terrifying existence, it was better to just watch the show. These forces in the depths were under the jurisdiction of the Huate family. Therefore, after learning that they were chasing after a sacred king who was ridiculously powerful, they did not dare to interfere and could only choose to close the teleportation formation. In desperation, Zi-Chen could only travel through the endless starry sky. During this period, he would take out his aircraft most of the time. After all, this kind of thing was fast and very labor-saving. Those teleportation formations were not open to Zi-Chen, but were completely open to the people of the Huate family. Therefore, Zi-Chen was blocked time and time again. However, relying on his speed advantage, Zi-Chen was able to escape the pursuit of the three sacred kings time and time again. As for those sacred kings, in Zi-Chen's opinion, they were purely there for show and were nothing to be afraid of. In this way, Zi-Chen continued to flee and then fled from the depths of the star field to the outer star fields little by little. After failing to intercept him time and time again, the three sacred kings did not have the slightest intention of giving up. It seemed that they wanted to chase Zi-Chen to the Life Star. As he fled frantically, Zi-Chen's injuries became more and more serious. Fortunately, he had a strong physical body and decent recovery speed, which allowed him to persist. However, in the face of this elusive pursuit, Zi-Chen clearly could not hold on for long. After running to a star field called Polonia, the exhausted Zi-Chen suddenly stopped. He put away the heavenly thunder wings and supported his exhausted body as he slowly moved forward in the star field with a completely relaxed expression. In the surroundings of that star field, there were many cultivators who had heard the news and came to watch. They were very surprised to see Zi-Chen stop, but what was more surprising was that the sacred kings who were chasing after Zi-Chen did not take the opportunity to catch up after Zi-Chen stopped. Instead, they stopped as well. Chapter 2646. Thunderous. Light flashed in the cosmic origin cauldron as Tyrant and the others appeared. Read the full article. During this period of escape, when they were surrounded, they would appear to help. At this moment, they were all injured and looked very miserable. The few who came out looked around. When they saw the sage kings who had stopped They smiled and walked forward. During this time, Tyrant turned back and made some provocative gestures at the Sage Kings from the Huete clan, which attracted many cold and murderous gazes. The 7 of them swaggered forward, leaving the 3 Sage Kings and a group of sages behind. They stood still and looked serious. In front of Zichen and the others stood 5 people, 4 men and 1 woman. The woman wore a feather robe that looked like it was made of fire. She was tall and beautiful. She was the great sage, Rosefinch. As for the other 4, they were the great sages Azure Dragon, Black Tortoise, White Tiger, and Thunder. Although their strength had not recovered to the great sage level, they were still at the Sage King level. They stood there and restrained their auras, but they still made the experts from the Huete clan feel great pressure and stop moving forward. The 5 great sages looked very calm with a faint smile on their faces as they looked at the return of Zichen and the others. The people from the Huete clan looked very serious, and their eyes were full of fear. "Hey, you guys, aren't you going to kill your Lord Zhang? Come on, I'll stand here today, and I promise I won't move." In this silent anger, Tyrant's voice suddenly sounded. He had finally walked to a relatively safe distance and turned to provoke the 3 Sage Kings. Hearing the monk's provocation, the great sage Azure Dragon shook his head and laughed. Why did the Buddhist sect have such a person? Can't he see the situation clearly? If they really wanted to fight, we wouldn't have shown up so quickly. If Buddha knew, he would be furious. But this personality is not bad. Those Baldies are too hypocritical. This one is more straightforward. The Thunder Sage Beast laughed. The other 3 smiled and did not say anything. The 3 Saint Rulers were infuriated when they heard the provocation, but they did not dare to do anything that was too overboard. Although the 5 of them had restrained their auras, they still gave them a feeling of fear. In a one-on-one situation, they did not have any chance of winning. What's more, they had the advantage in numbers. In the distance, those who had come from this star field purely to watch the battle were all shocked. Their gazes were constantly sizing up the green Dragon Grand Sage and the other 4. In their hearts, they did not expect the 5 of them to be able to stop the 3 Saint Rulers of the Huete clan. "Hey, are you guys coming or not? If you don't come, we're leaving." Seeing no reaction from the trio, Monk bellowed again. "Tell me, all of you spent so much effort chasing after me. Do you think you'll feel better if you don't fight? Come, Lord Zhang will wait here. I promise I won't fight back." The monk's expression was very arrogant and his tone was very complacent. He did not look like a monk at all. Moreover, this guy seemed to be afraid of nothing and was afraid of nothing. Beside him, Zichen was well aware of this fellow's motive for incessant provocations. It was none other than that saint artifact that caught his eye. However, how could the saint artifact be so easily obtained? Not to mention the fact that they could not fight. Even if they could, the monk would not be able to take the saint artifact away after killing these saint rulers. No matter how unreasonable and shameless he would not be able to take the saint artifact away. "Let's go." The 3 saint rulers looked deeply at the green Dragon Grand Sage and the rest before turning to leave. If they fought this battle, they would definitely die. Hence, they could not fight. Seeing the 3 saint rulers and the other saints leave, Monk was very disappointed that they did not fight. At this moment, the green Dragon Grand Sage turned his head to look somewhere in the void and said indifferently, "Why are you still not leaving? Could it be that you want to spar with us?" At the place where the green Dragon Grand Sage was looking, the void started to distort and a figure appeared. He looked at the green Dragon Grand Sage and turned to leave. The arrogant monk's expression changed. His face was a little pale as he turned to look at Zichen and said, "There's a 4th saint ruler." Along the way, I felt some danger. However, I did not sense the source of this danger. "It seems like he has been following us," Zichen said. "When did this happen?" Monk asked again. He had not sensed anything at all. When that saint ruler cut off his arm, I felt some kind of danger and decisively retreated. Damn it, those fellows are really cunning. A dignified overlord force actually dares to use such shameless killing moves. Monk cursed angrily. Then his face was filled with regret and annoyance. It's a pity that we could not kill the four of them. If we could have left the four of them and a saint artifact behind, we would have fewer enemies in the future. Zichen looked at Monk and sneered. If we had killed the four of them today, we would have been wiped out before the war with the foreign races started. Do you think a saint artifact is so easy to obtain? If they had chosen to start a war today, the Huete clan would definitely come out. Under such circumstances, all the saints on the Life Star would be pinned down here. Once the foreign race saints invaded, the Life Star would definitely be destroyed. Isn't it the same? They will be our enemies sooner or later, Monk mumbled. By then, we would have lost most of the foreign race saints. We would still have the strength to fight the Huete clan. Although the order would be different, the result would be very different. Arriving before the 5 great saints, they bowed respectfully. The green dragon great sage nodded and said, "This time we have already alerted the enemy. We should go back and prepare. There is not much time before the war starts." Because LV Peng had opened the channel. Previously, the protection of the heavenly Tao had weakened a little. In less than 100 years, the foreign race saints would invade. After learning this, Zichen and the others did not stay any longer and headed straight for the Nephes star field. This time, they had gained a lot from entering the Huete clan. There were already hundreds of planets in the universal origin cauldron. As for saint crystals and solid energy, there were countless of them. After returning to the Nephes star field, Zichen took out the universal origin cauldron, which contained everyone's gains. Seeing this treasure that belonged to the Life Star again, the great saints' expressions were filled with amazement and emotion. If the war started, the universal origin cauldron would be even more useful on the Life Star. The green dragon great sage and the others did not refuse. This time, they had also gained a lot from coming to the star passage. They had looted several star fields and taken control of some saints. These would be the secret resources of the Life Star. At the critical moment, they would be of great use. Next, the saints here would return in batches. Time was of the essence. Naturally, the more saints they could create, the better. Therefore, Zichen returned to the Martial Heaven continent with the Green Dragon Great Sage and the others. After that, Zichen went to the Time Castle and began to extract the laws within the Saint Crystals. Together with his clone, he was able to condense as many Saint Crystals as possible. It was worth mentioning that because the Green Dragon Great Sage and the others had grown stronger, the time flow of the castle, which had been accelerated 100 times for saints, had doubled again. Zichen extracted Saint Crystals every day. After that, he would arrange the laws he had extracted neatly according to their categories. The other saints would then select some heavenly realm experts according to these laws and let his clone sense them to condense Saint Crystals. After extracting all the laws within the Saint Crystals, Zichen also joined in the process of condensing Saint Crystals. In the Everlasting sect, everyone could see the signs of Saint Crystals forming almost every day. Sometimes they could even see the phenomenon twice a day. One day in the outside world was 200 days in the Time Castle. During these 200 days, Zichen and his clone were both condensing Saint Crystals. At the same time, the Heavenly Realm experts who had obtained Saint Crystals also began to condense them. Almost every day, Heavenly Realm experts who had become saints would walk out of the Time Castle. Time passed. It had been less than 10 years since the invasion of the foreign races. The Green Dragon Great Sage and the others were considering how to deal with the invasion of the foreign races. During this time, they also needed to make some defenses. It was worth mentioning that the Heavenly Realm experts who had become saints this time were not just from the 2 continents. There were also Heavenly Realm experts from the other continents on the Life Star. The Life Star would not be spared from the invasion of the foreign races. Once these 2 continents were breached, the entire life star would be destroyed. Several great saints had already opened the transportation channel. The heavenly realm experts all came to the Martial Heaven continent and the everlasting sect to wait for the Saint crystals. For these people, this was an extremely rare opportunity. Zi Qin wholeheartedly immersed himself in the process of condensing Saint crystals. As for how to deal with the invasion of the foreign races, it was up to the Green Dragon Great Sage, Su Mengyao, Tyrant, and the others to discuss. During this time, the saints he had nurtured over the years would be sent to the two continents to fight the enemy together. As the invasion of the foreign races drew closer, Zi Chen's time became more and more pressing. At this moment, in the deepest part of the star path, which was known as the most mysterious place, something happened. 3 special teleportation platforms lit up. These 3 teleportation platforms were located in the 3 overlord forces. Just as the transportation channels lit up, a person walked out of the Jia Tu clan. He was Jia Tu Huang Tuesday walking out of the clan. He went straight to the transportation channel to the Sin Starfield. Now that the transportation channel had been opened, it was time for Zi Qin to fulfill his promise. When he arrived at the Sin Starfield, Jia Tu Huang saw Xing Qin. Then Xing Qin came to the everlasting sect to send a message. Zi Qin had no choice but to come out of seclusion. After coming out of seclusion, Zi Chen bid farewell to these people and stepped onto the transportation channel to the Sin Starfield. It was worth mentioning that he had left the universe origin cauldron behind. In the upcoming battle, this cauldron would be even more useful. After returning to the Sin Starfield, Zi Chen saw Jia Tu Huang Tuesday. After giving Xing Chen some simple instructions, the two of them did not stop and went straight to the Jia Tu clan. Chapter 2647. Thunderous, how long will it take to get out? Zi Chen asked Jia Tu and Huang Tu as they left the Star of Sin. I'm not sure. Maybe a few years, maybe a few decades, maybe 100 years. Or maybe I'll never be able to get out. Jia Tu and Huang Tu shook their heads and said, Actually, you're very lucky. Few of those who have stepped on the star path can return. The star path was like a big pocket that could fit everyone inside. But if they wanted to leave, the price they had to pay was too great. If Zi Chen hadn't met Yi Qian, he would have had a long way to go to return to the life star. Perhaps he wouldn't have been able to go back at all. The war would start soon. But according to Jia Tu and Huang Tu, Zi Chen obviously wouldn't be able to make it. However, he had done enough for the life star. The current situation of the life star was the best since the two sides had confronted each other. The war hadn't started yet, but the alien race saints were doomed to be defeated. What everyone needed to pay attention to now was the final battle with the forces on the star path. Jia Tu and Huang Tu didn't know much about the most mysterious area, but they told him that it was the end of the star path. Once he reached there, he would have reached the end. Do you know why there are no saint kings on the star path? Facing Jia Tu and Huang Tu's sudden question, Zi Qin shook his head in puzzlement. Since the development of the star path, there were many saints in each star area, but Zi Chen had never seen a saint king, except for the overlord forces. There's always a privilege on the star path. Anyone who has reached the Saint King realm can use this privilege to enter the deepest part of the star path. There are many legends about that place. Among them, there are 2 things that everyone wants the most: the passage to leave and a powerful saint weapon. So, anyone who has reached the Saint King realm will enter that star area on their own. According to what I know, the minimum requirement to enter that star area is to become a Saint King. If the minimum requirement is Saint King realm, then what's our situation? Zi Qin asked, puzzled. It's a special situation. It said that it's a reward for the 3 forces guarding the star area. That's why saints can enter to seek opportunities. Even so, each of us only has 5 spots, which is pitifully little. Apart from the fact that the 5 of you must be saints, are there any other requirements to enter the star field? Yes, a saint-level physical body is the minimum requirement. The 2 of them returned to the Jadu family and met with the Jadu family head. In addition to reading the full text, Zichen also met with several elders. It could be seen that they attached great importance to this matter. When their gazes fell on Zichen, every elder would nod and smile, expressing their goodwill. This time, other than Zichen, Jia, Tu, and Huang Tu, who had a saint-level physical body, were also among the 5 candidates. The other 3 had also been waiting here for a long time. Judging from the vague aura fluctuations on their bodies, these 3 people were not weaker than Jia, Tu, and Huang. Tuesday, come with me. Seeing that the 5 of them had arrived, Jia, Tu, and Qixing nodded at them, indicating for them to follow. The other elders were waiting outside, and the 6 of them entered the room. After closing the door, Jia, Tu, Qixing looked back at the 5 people and said, "Before entering here, I can only give you a few short words. Physical body, ability, weapon." These few words made it difficult for them to think of anything else. Even Zichen frowned, seeming very puzzled. Whether or not you can return successfully depends on your luck. After saying this, Jia, Tu, Qixing signaled for them to leave. However, when they went out this time, Zichen actually saw Yiqian. He nodded at her. A young Saint King stood beside Yiqian. He stood a little further back. His waist was slightly bent, as if he was a servant. Jia, Tu, Huang Tu, and the others who came out all bowed to the goddess and then to the Saint King. "Come with me," the young Saint King said, and then he led the way. "You want to go in too?" Zichen, who stood behind the Saint King and next to Yiqian, asked through telepathy. He had to use telepathy because at this moment everyone in the Jadu family was looking at him. Compared to the 4 people from the Jatu family who had obtained the quota, Zichen was a bit too far ahead of the goddess. Walking side by side with the goddess was something even the head of the family didn't dare do. "They want me to go in. They say they want to see my potential," Yiqian said through telepathy. "Potential? Don't you have a god-level bloodline? Why do they want to see your potential?" Zichen didn't understand. "I'm not sure. It said that there are strong and weak god-level bloodlines," Yiqian said through telepathy. "By the way, you have to be careful after you go in. It said that it's very dangerous inside. Although my freedom won't be restricted after I go in, I probably won't be able to help you. But if I have the chance, I'll go see you. Thank you in advance. With a goddess like you looking after me, I'm sure my situation will be better. Do you know what's going on inside?" "I'm not sure. Jia, Tu, Qixing didn't tell me. He just said I didn't need to worry about that. After we go in, someone will arrange everything. But he said that the space inside is similar to a normal star field. It has almost everything." Yiqian said through telepathy, "Jia, Tu, Qixing is the person in front. It's said that he's the first person to come out of that world. But even if I asked, he wouldn't tell me what's going on inside." Zichen was very surprised. He didn't expect the Saint King to be the only person to come out of the depths. If that was the case, then the saint weapon that he had almost snatched away last time must have been brought out by the other party. Following him, they entered a space passage guarded by more than 10 saints and several Saint Kings. Along the way, Zichen had already seen several Saint Kings. He had a certain understanding of the Jatu family's overall strength. If they wanted to attack the Life Star, the Jatu family would send out all of their forces. Even if the Life Star could be defended, it would suffer a great loss. As one of the 3 overlord forces, the Jatu family had an unimaginable foundation. Jia, Tu, Qixing was the first to enter the passage. Then he stood at the other end of the passage and stood there respectfully. Yiqian was the second to enter, followed by Zichen. In this space, Zichen saw a shining teleportation platform. Around the teleportation platform, there were 4 old men sitting cross-legged. After sensing the appearance of the group, they opened their eyes and stood up to greet Yi Qian respectfully. The aura around the 4 old men was very strong. They must have walked very far in the Saint King realm. Yi Qian felt that the 4 of them were not weaker than the Azure Dragon Great Sage, who is also a Saint King. The passage has been opened. Goddess can go in. One of the old men stepped aside and said with a hoarse voice. His expression was respectful. Goddess, please. Jia Tu Qixing bent and extended his hand, indicating for Yi Qian to go first. Yi Qian stepped onto the teleportation platform and looked back at Yi Qian. She gave him a look that said both of them understood each other. Yi Qian stepped onto the teleportation platform. Her figure became distorted on the teleportation platform and then disappeared. After you go in, you must be very careful. Remember. Jia Tu Qixing turned back and said to Yi Qian and the other 4. The 5 of them nodded. I know your background is not ordinary, but compared to the goddess, you are still too weak. Yi Qian, stay away from the goddess. Only then can you live longer. Remember, your mission is to obtain a saint weapon. Stay alive and return with a saint weapon. Don't get yourself into trouble. A voice transmission sounded in Yi Qian's mind. It was from Jia Tu Qixing. This was a serious advice. Although the tone was a little inappropriate, it was definitely sincere. Of course, the reason was the saint weapon. The Jia Tu family needed Yi Qian to bring out a saint weapon. Among the 5 of them, the one who was most likely to bring out a saint weapon was of course Yi Qian, who was the strongest in battle. For a saint weapon, it was not wrong to remind Yi Qian. After waiting for a while, Jia Tu Qixing said, All right, the 5 of you can go up. The 5 of them nodded again and walked up one by one. But this time the order didn't matter because the 5 of them were teleported together. After that, Jia Tu Qixing didn't give any more instructions. The moment the 5 of them stood on the teleportation platform, the light on the platform changed. The 5 of them distorted and disappeared. I wonder how many will come out this time. Looking at the 5 who disappeared, one of the old men said, Maybe 1. Maybe none of them will come out. Jia Tu Qixing said indifferently, Qixing, what's the secret inside? An old man asked curiously, If you want to know, you can go in and see for yourself. Jia Tu Qixing said, Although that place won't stop us, we're not stupid. That place is no different from a prison. Over the years, how many people have gone in, but who has come out? I'm afraid that in history, you're the only one who came out. So what if you get a saint weapon after entering that unknown space? You'll lose your freedom. And in an environment where the weakest is a saint king, those who don't come out are probably already dead. What was in the depths of the star path had always been a secret. Even an overlord force like Jia Tu didn't know much about it. Although they couldn't contact the people inside, they knew that most of the people who had gone in were still alive. After sensing the bloodline of the 4, they would give them some protection. Just this point alone would increase the chances of them coming back. As for Yi Qian, he came from a life star. Although he couldn't get the protection of the Jia Tu family, in these years, some existences from other life stars had gone in. If they didn't die, they wouldn't just sit and watch. This was also why Jia Tu Qixing was willing to make a deal with Yi Qian. As the only existence in history who entered that area as a saint, perhaps he could get a saint weapon with the help of some special existences and come out safely. Chapter 2648. Monk took the shield and said unhappily, This guy is really up to no good. Saber Spirit said, He doesn't have any bad intentions. He just wants to find out what we are doing. After so many years, Monk had already refined the core of the shield. Now that he took the shield, the core appeared. 1. The core of the shield trembled and released a bright light. It moved toward the shield on its own. The 2 merged into 1. A powerful aura appeared and shone brightly. An ancient and vicissitude aura instantly descended in this world. A figure appeared out of thin air and stood above the shield. It was Shield Spirit. His hair moved without wind and a powerful aura surged. Saber Spirit saw Shield Spirit. He nodded at him and said, "It seems that you have also awakened." Both sides obviously knew each other. Shield Spirit said with emotion, "Yes, I don't know how many years have passed." There was a trace of vicissitude in his eyes. Then he looked at everyone and finally fixed his eyes on Monk. Monk had refined the shield. He was a spirit and could naturally sense the connection between him and Monk. At this moment, Monk was overjoyed. He said to Shield Spirit, "Senior, do you have any ancestral shield steels?" "Not too many. 7 or 8 will do." 7 or 8. You are greedy. Only 2. Shield Spirit waved his hand and 2 ancestral shield steels appeared, releasing a powerful aura. The aura was not dangerous, but it was very powerful. It was filled with a strong repulsive force that forced everyone to retreat. Haha! Seeing this, Monk laughed proudly. As long as he held the shield, he would be able to sense the shield intent more clearly. Shield intent was a type of powerful defense. It was the strongest defense when extended. Under such circumstances, everyone had to comprehend it regardless of whether they were talented or not. That was mandatory. While everyone was comprehending the shield intent, Zichen was discussing with Craftsman Ancestor about the news that Yanwei had just brought. As for the credibility, there was no need to doubt it. It could not be a conspiracy, because Yan Wei did not have the time and energy to trick them. Yi Qian and Wang Xian. I went to look for the other ancestral sword steels. Zichen did not plan to call her back. Next, he just had to wait. After Yan Wei returned, the 3 of them were already waiting. They asked about what happened. Yan Wei informed them of the results of their discussion. They actually took the shield away. These people are too greedy, Sina said unhappily. Xian Lin and Xavier nodded. From their point of view, it was already good enough that they were willing to share the information, but the other party dared to bargain. That shield is of no use to me, so it's not bad that it was able to facilitate this transaction. If they succeed this time, we'll be able to get half of the brood mother. That's a huge gain. Yang Wei asked, "Have you sent anyone to gather information?" "They've already gone. It seems that they're about to move out again," Sina said. Yan Wei nodded and said, "Collect all the clues. When the time comes, I will send them over. Also, count the number of experts on Ben Senlu's side. Don't make any mistakes." Sina said, "There's no need to remember so many details, right? Wouldn't it be better for some of them to die in battle?" When Yan Wei heard this, he smiled faintly and said, "It's naturally good for some of them to die. However, if we don't count them, it will cause them to miscalculate the other party's fighting strength and cause them to be completely wiped out. That wouldn't just be their loss, but our loss as well. Our initial estimate is that half of the broodmother's broodmother is enough for us to cross several realms in a row. Therefore, at this time, we absolutely cannot fail the mission because of our problems." The others nodded. Clearly, Yan Wei had completely put aside the grievances between the 2 sides. 3 days later, Yan Wei handed over the information he had received to the Craftsman Ancestor. There are actually 4 6th-rank experts. Everyone who received the news was very surprised. According to Yan Wei's information, there were a total of 4 heavenly gods' children, led by the 2nd heavenly god's son, Ben Senlu. In addition, each of them had 1 6th-rank expert, 2 5th-rank experts, and other divine envoys of other ranks. One had to admit that this was an extremely powerful team. Among them, there was a general location marked. Next, Zichen and the others would have to go and find it. The broodmother's matter was of great importance, so Ben Senlu had a team of several dozen people. Next, they had to discuss the number of people to send. As long as we make a move, they'll be able to guess our identity. Therefore, apart from safety, We have no other concerns." The craftsman ancestor asked, "Then, how many people do you think we should send this time?" Zichin thought for a moment, then said, "4." "4?" The craftsman ancestor was stunned. The others were also rather puzzled. "The more people there are, the more dangerous it will be, and there's no need to. This time, it'll be me, the monk, the craftsman ancestor, and master. I'll bring the soul-absorbing orb. This way, our safety will be guaranteed. Of course, Shadowless will also follow us and gather some information." The other side had several dozen people, and their cultivation levels were extremely high. If a battle broke out, their side would be at a disadvantage. It would be more dangerous for them to go, and there might even be casualties. If the 4 of them went, the craftsman ancestor and Wuji were very powerful, and the monk had a shield for defense. Staying alive shouldn't be a problem. Moreover, this was a robbery, not a trial. Naturally, the fewer people there were, the better. The others had no objections. After the number was decided, the 4 of them set off. To be more precise, Zichun set off alone. After a few teleportations, he was almost at his destination. Then he hid in the void and sent Shadowless out to scout. "Fanli, there won't be any problems this time, right?" Ben Sun Lu left a city and led his people into the distance. Along the way, he asked a God clan man beside him, "Don't worry, young master. My senses won't be wrong. This time, we'll definitely reach the mother nest." This God clan man was relatively short. His nose was like a cow's, wide and ugly. He was Fanli, a strange genius by Ben Sun Lu's side. His senses were abnormally sharp. This time, he was able to discover the mother nest in this area because of his unusual senses. In addition to his senses, his strange-looking nose was also a highlight. It was said that he could smell some inconceivable things. He walked at the front of the group, his nostrils twitching as he sniffed the air. Behind him were Ben Sun Lu and the other God clan's children. "Young master will encounter a restriction after a while. There might be danger in that restriction." "Tell everyone to be prepared," said Fanli. Ben Sun Lu glanced behind him and saw 2 level 5s walking towards Fanli. Although he was arrogant, he treated Fanli extremely well. It was also because of Fanli's existence that Ben Sun Lu had the right to be arrogant. The other God clan's children were also willing to follow the arrogant Ben Sun Lu. They even had to endure his anger from time to time for this reason. In the God realm, who knew how many God clan's children had secretly approached Fan Li and offered him a huge price to rope him in. They were all rejected by him. Fan Li's so-called path was actually a few hundred miles long. During this time, all the other space-time creatures that tried to get close to them were either sent flying or killed. "It's right in front. Let's attack." Fan Li's nostrils twitched as he stood there and pointed to the void in front of them. The 2 level 5s walked forward. Their power began to surge as they blasted forward. Boom! Boom! The powerful vibrations caused the void to distort. In the space in front of them, a hidden restriction light appeared. Seeing this, many of the god envoys behind them revealed looks of surprise. What was this guy's nose made of? He could even smell restrictions? As soon as the restriction appeared, 2 space-time creatures rushed out. "They're here." Fanli retreated. His senses were very sharp, but his realm wasn't high and his battle power was weak. As he retreated, the god envoys behind him immediately stepped forward and fought with the 2 space-time creatures. Soon, the 2 space-time creatures were killed. After Fanli sensed again, he said with certainty, "Young master, there's no danger here. We can go in." After that, the group walked into the restriction light. During this time, they didn't notice a person standing there, watching them until the battle ended, and they walked into the restriction light. It was Shadowless. Clearly, even Fan Li's senses couldn't detect his presence. This god clan is actually so extraordinary. Shadowless was very impressed by Fan Li's methods. Shadowless returned. During this time, Zi-chan released his soul to communicate with him. They've entered the restriction light. There might really be a mother nest here. Shadowless said so, then released his astral soul's world. It extended for thousands of miles and teleported in front of Shadowless. Shadowless pointed at the restored space in front of them and said, "There's a restriction there." That's how they entered. "You guys wait here. I'll go in and take a look." Zi-chan nodded. Shadowless walked in and came out about 15 minutes later. "No problem. Follow me." Zi-chan nodded again and followed Shadowless. During this time, they discovered more restrictions. Zi-chan asked in confusion, "Where did these restrictions come from? Are they man-made?" Shadowless shook his head. "No, these are all hiding places of the mother nest. They're derived from their own bodies. I've observed carefully. The mother nest has a unique understanding of this world and has a strong understanding of restrictions. However, most of these restrictions are hidden and have almost no lethality. They're hard to detect. However, there's a short God clan member in Ben Lu's group. His senses are very sharp. He can sense the restrictions and find the mother nest." Zi-chan was shocked. "There's someone like that? That person is amazing." Even a first-generation, heaven-defying cultivator had such an evaluation. This person was truly extraordinary. Just like this, with Shadowless leading the way, Zi-chan would always walk behind them without being discovered. "Soon, we'll see the mother nest soon. You should prepare," Shadowless said to Zi-chan when he returned. Chapter 2649. Under Fan Li's lead, Ben Senlu and the rest began to venture deeper. During this time, they would encounter many creatures from another dimension that were guarding this place. After that, there would be continuous battles. Last time, because they brought too few experts, Ben Senlu suffered a great loss and did not obtain anything, not even the shadow of the mother nest. This time, they brought 4 level 6 experts and 8 level 5 experts. They were very confident in obtaining the mother nest. "Young master, from the looks of these creatures, the mother nest here should not have been born for long. Our people should be enough to deal with it." Just as Fan Li spoke, another level 5 creature appeared. It was still in the form of a beast, unlike the other creatures in the training ground who had transformed into a human. It was still cruel and not very intelligent. The reason it stayed here was because it was guarding the mother nest's wishes. Naturally, there were experts rushing up from behind. Then, everyone joined forces to fight, and the level 5 creature had no choice but to retreat. During this time, another one walked out from the restriction. However, compared to the 8 level 5 experts on Ben Senlu's side, there were only 2 level 5 creatures from another dimension. Their battle strength was not high. The 2 level 5 experts were killed one after another. They took the corpse of the level 5 expert. After they went back and dissected it, they could exchange it for a considerable amount of contribution points and divine crystals. Then they met another level 6 creature from another dimension. After seeing him, Fan Li said, "This is the strongest one so far. Kill him, and we will see the mother nest." When Ben Senlu and the rest heard this, their eyes immediately lit up. They had absolute trust in Fan Li, because in the entire realm of the gods, there might not even be 5 people like Fan Li. The 4 level 6 experts surrounded him. Under the situation of 4 against 1, the battle ended quickly. After that, they entered a restriction and came to a huge space. In this space, they saw the mother nest. Other than the mother nest, there were many nest eggs. Although Fan Li had found many opportunities for Ben Senlu, this was the first time they saw the mother nest. At this moment, their eyes lit up, their expressions were excited, and their breathing became rapid. This was the mother nest. It represented an absolute opportunity. Not only could they exchange it for a large amount of contribution points, once they refined it, their cultivation would increase by leaps and bounds. We're rich this time." The sons of gods who had come with Ben Senlu were extremely excited. Hee hee, of course. Ben Senlu laughed proudly. Why don't you see who you're following? Let me tell you, this is just the beginning. There's still a long way to go. In the future, you'll have an endless supply of energy. Thank you, young Master Lu. The three heavenly gods' children repeatedly expressed their gratitude. Currently, the brood mother occupied half of a space. Once it was completely refined, everyone's cultivation would soar. Young Master, let's hurry up and make a move to avoid unnecessary trouble, Fan Li said. What's the rush? We, before Ben Senlu could finish his smug words, Fan Li shouted, Not good! Someone's coming! The crowd heard the voice and turned around. The space there was distorted, and the figure of a celestial appeared. It was Zichen. This was an unfamiliar celestial, and his cultivation was relatively low. When they saw him, they were stunned. Zichen's gaze swept across the brood mother. Because he had seen one before, he wasn't too shocked. Moreover, in terms of size, this one wasn't as big as the one he had seen before. His gaze swept past the sons of gods, and he looked at Fan Li and said, Your senses are indeed sharp. Who are you? Why are you here? Fan Li stared at Zichen. Who cares who he is? Kill him! Ben Senlu waved his hand, and a level 5 walked out from behind, charging at Zichen. Zichen retreated, passing through the restriction and leaving. Don't chase, be careful of an ambush. Fan Li shouted, What are you afraid of? We have so many people. Why should we be afraid of an ambush? Ben Senlu smiled faintly. Indeed, you have so many people. Of course you're not afraid of an ambush. Zichen's voice sounded again, and he walked in again. Kill him. Ben Senlu waved his hand again, and another level 5 walked out. Zichen retreated again, and when he came in again, the level 5 was gone. Young Master, there's no time to lose. Hurry up and take the brood mother. Fan Li transmitted. Ben Senlu didn't reply. As the most arrogant son of gods, he naturally had an arrogant side. He looked at Zichen and said, I'm curious how many people can stop a level 5 divine envoy in this broken place. Even if you add up the 4 cities built by trash, I'm afraid you won't find more than a few. With that, Ben Senlu waved his hand again. Once, twice, thrice. 5 level 5 divine envoys left one after another, and no one came back. Beside Ben Senlu, there are only 3 level 5 divine envoys left. For level 6 divine envoys left. Level 6, go kill him. Ben Senlu said coldly. A level 6 divine envoy rushed out, but he didn't come back either. Seeing Zichen's face again, Ben Senlu's eyes revealed a hint of anger. This was an extremely loathsome face. Young Master, the other party must have come prepared. We have to take the broodmother first. Fan Li transmitted again, appearing very anxious. Ben Senlu's face gradually turned ugly, because the other party was too calm, so calm that it was a little too abnormal. Although there were 3 level 6 divine envoys, 3 level 5 divine envoys, and many other level 5 divine envoys, no one knew how many people were hiding behind the restriction, and how many powerhouses were among them. Thus, Ben Senlu decided to listen to Fan Li's suggestion. He took a step back and prepared to let the others charge forward, while he went to take the brood mother. Just then, a strong spatial fluctuation came from behind. Ben Senlu subconsciously turned around and saw the brood mother's body emitting light. Streams of rule power emerged from the surface of its body and surrounded it. Around it, the space was constantly twisting and becoming very unstable. Not good. It's trying to escape. Seeing this scene, Fan Li's face changed greatly, and he cried out involuntarily. When Ben Senlu and the others sensed the abnormality, they all rushed forward. Kill it first, or it'll escape. Fan Li shouted. Swish! The 3 level 6 divine envoys instantly made their move. 3 streaks of light went straight for the broodmother. As long as these streaks of light landed on the broodmother, it would instantly die. Because it had almost no combat power, its defense was almost zero. In the past, I Chien could easily kill it. Wong. But when the 3 streaks of light swept past, a spatial force appeared and stopped these streaks of energy from moving forward. The space seemed to be frozen, and the 3 streaks of light stopped. And within the range of the spatial force, the broodmother's body flickered and disappeared. It ran away. It actually ran away. Ben Senlu and the others were dumbfounded. Although they had never obtained the broodmother, they knew that it had almost no offensive power. Who would have thought that it would run away? Previously, they had stood here for so long, but it didn't run away. But now it ran away. The greatest opportunity was gone, just like that. In this space, other than the spatial ripples, there were only the eggs from the other space-time. Gone, the greatest opportunity was gone just like that. Zi Qin, who was calm before, was also dumbfounded at this moment. He obviously didn't expect the brood mother to run away. A sigh came from the front, and then Ben Senlu and the others turned around and stared at Zi Qin. Their eyes looked like they wanted to eat him. "It's all because of you, damn you!" Ben Senlu gritted his teeth. "Can I say that this is just a misunderstanding?" Zi Qin looked at Ben Senlu. "Go to hell." Killing intent flashed in his eyes, and Ben Senlu rushed forward. His body was surrounded by the power of 4 divine envoys. Compared to Zi Chen's level 3, Ben Senlu's level 4 was obviously stronger. Arriving in front of Zi Qin, Ben Senlu punched at him. Boom! A powerful shockwave, terrifying energy surged, and a large amount of divine light wreaked havoc. Ben Senlu's body was directly sent flying. Zi Qin stood there without moving. In front of him, there was a light shield. The light shield was simple and ancient, emitting a powerful aura. This light shield was in Tyrant's hand. Awesome! Too awesome! The light shield moved away, and Tyrant revealed his head. When he saw the level 4 Ben Senlu being sent flying, his face immediately revealed a look of ecstasy. "Haha! Come, all of you come. Take a look at your Lord Buddha's methods." He laughed excitedly, and Buddhist light surrounded his body, giving off a feeling of invincibility. "What are you all standing there for? Come quickly. Take a look at your Lord Buddha's strongest defense." Tyrant shouted at everyone. Swish, swish, swish. Rays of light came forward, and experts approached, and powerful attacks fell on Tyrant. Buddhist light surged on Tyrant's body, and the Buddhist power of 2 ancestors poured into the shield. On the surface of the shield, mysterious runes appeared, and they were abnormally bright, constantly flickering. Boom! 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 Powerful attacks fell on the shield, triggering a series of energy explosions. Powerful energy sputtered, and the runes on the shield constantly changed. Then a powerful rebounding force was emitted from the light shield. In a moment, the divine envoys who were charging forward were all sent flying. This scene made Tyrant even more excited. Even Zi Qin, who was standing behind him, was moved by it. If such a shield was given to him, how terrifying would he be with a shield and a blade in one hand? Looking at the people who were sent flying, Tyrant smiled proudly. "This is just an appetizer. Wait until your Lord Buddha comprehends the shield intent. Haha. Then it will be the main course." Just as his voice fell, a powerful force came from afar, and it was a level 6 divine envoy who attacked Tyrant. His fist fell on the shield. Divine light suddenly appeared, and it constantly surged. This time, the level 6 divine envoy was not sent flying. The light on the light shield was extinguished in an instant, and then a powerful force passed through the shield and landed on Tyrant's body. Pum! Tyrant was sent flying, and at the same time he crashed into Zi Qin, and the 2 of them flew out of the restriction. "Chase!" Ben Senlu shouted, indicating for everyone to chase after the restriction in front of them. He retreated, and at the same time, Fan also retreated, his eyes flashing with excitement. Chapter 2650. As Ben Senlu backed away, the other 3 heaven gods' children glanced at him, as if they were aware of what was going on. Ben Senlu nodded at them, indicating that they were at ease. The 3 of them led the others and charged out. What followed was naturally a huge battle. Young Master. Fan Li looked at Ben Senlu. How is it? Ben Senlu asked nervously. I can still sense the energy fluctuations. I can follow it. Fan Li said excitedly. Then you go first. I'll collect these eggs. Clearly these eggs were good stuff. After hatching, they would be creatures of another space-time. But before hatching, they were the purest form of energy. Fan Li nodded. His nostrils flared as he walked forward. During this time, his body glowed with energy. 2 divine emissaries circled around him. He was only a 2nd-rank divine emissary. Your realm is too low. Once we get the mother nest, you'll have to raise it. Ben Senlu, who was collecting the eggs, said, Thank you, young master. Fan Li pointed his finger at the void. The space there started to distort as if it was boiling. It started to churn, and then a spatial tunnel appeared from within. At this moment, the surrounding space was trembling violently. Young master, I'll take my leave first. After saying that, Fan Li entered the spatial tunnel and went in search of the mother nest. As for Ben Senlu, he continued to collect the eggs. Outside the seal, the battle was still ongoing. Tyrant appeared. Wuji appeared. Craftsman Ancestor appeared. At the same time, there were 4 rank 6 sky race beings. Zi Chen's divine avatar was fighting with a stone saber. But clearly, this wasn't enough to fight everyone. Thus, everyone retreated as they fought. During this time, only Tyrant was roaring. He was clearly very excited. Wherever his shield went, the divine emissaries would be sent flying. Tyrant was very satisfied with this result. After all, he had yet to comprehend the shield intent. Once he did, his shield's defensive power would be even stronger. Zichen, who was fighting, had to admit that this thing was a perfect match for Tyrant. His true body wasn't participating in the battle. Shadowless wasn't here either. At this time, Shadowless was standing beside Ben Senlu, watching Ben Senlu pick up the eggs, but Ben Senlu couldn't see him. You don't know the difference between life and death. You actually dared to steal my things. Once we get out of here, I'll definitely teach you a lesson. No matter who you are, as long as you're in the divine world, I'll make you wish you were dead. At this time, the restriction behind him trembled, and the other 3 heavenly gods' children also entered. What's the situation outside? Ben Senlu asked. There are only 8 of them. 4 of them are at the 6th level. The rest are nothing to fear, one of the sons of heaven said. That's easy. Let's quickly collect these eggs and bring the mother nest back, Ben Senlu said. Can we track the mother nest? The 3 asked nervously. Don't worry. With Fan Li here, there won't be any problems. Ben Senlu laughed. Now, what we need to consider is how to distribute the mother nest's resources. Everything will depend on young Master Lu's arrangement. The 3 of them smiled. Young Master Lu is really lucky to be able to find someone like Fan Li. I don't think there are more than 10 people like him in the entire divine world, laughed one of them. That's because I have a good eye for people. Back then, Fan Li only had a low-level bloodline, laughed Ben Senlu proudly. The 3 heavenly gods' children's eyes brightened. They exchanged a glance, but they didn't say anything. Fan Li continued to advance through the spatial tunnel. Along the way, there would be several forks in the tunnel. He didn't know which direction it led to. This mother nest is quite crafty. It actually made so many spatial wormholes ahead of time. But so what? With my perception, you won't be able to escape, said Fan Li confidently. Right now, he was in a spatial wormhole. The spatial fluctuations around him were very strong. He naturally didn't sense that there was a fluctuation following him closely. And that fluctuation was a world, Zichen's world. His main body was following Fan Li. It had to be said that Fan Li's perception far surpassed ordinary people. It was definitely extraordinary. Even Shadowless was full of praise for him. It could be seen that Ben Senlu was extremely lucky to be able to obtain his assistance. As they advanced, there were several forks in the road. Zichen used his perception to find that Fan Li should have changed direction several times, but Fan Li didn't. At this time, he clearly trusted Fan Li. As for his so-called perception, it was only due to the interference of the mother nest. And now he finally realized that the mother nest also had intelligence and it wasn't low. Otherwise, it wouldn't have made so many wormholes. This was an escape route that it had long since thought of. Fan Li quickly traversed through the wormhole, leaving behind some traces for Ben Senlu to see. He wanted him to follow the marks, but he didn't know that doing this would make it easier for Zichen to follow. Finally, after taking many detours, he reached the end of the wormhole and arrived at another space. And the mother nest that had escaped earlier was now in this space. Seeing the brood mother, a smile appeared on his face. The mother nest didn't have eyes, but it sensed his existence. Its body trembled in fear. "I won't give you a chance to fight back," Fan Li said coldly. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. This light instantly enveloped the mother nest and directly extinguished its life force. Seeing the mother nest die, a faint smile appeared on his face. "Humph, next will be," before he could finish his words, a powerful force came from behind him. This force was very fast and very strong. He only heard the sound of something breaking through the air. Before he could turn around, the force had already hit the back of his head. Pung! A powerful sound rang out. Fan Li's eyes began to see stars. He felt dizzy and lost control of his body. Then he fell down, fainted. Zichen's figure appeared right after. He looked at the fainted Fan Li and said, "Thank you." Then he opened his world. Above this space, a black hole appeared. The black hole kept expanding until it completely enveloped the mother nest. In the next moment, the mother nest was swallowed by the black hole. After taking the mother nest, Zichen heard Shadowless's voice. "Zichen, how are things on your side?" "They're following us." Shadowless's voice came through the wormhole. Zichen's figure flashed and entered the world. After that, he hid the world in this space and waited quietly. During this time, Shadowless would loudly report the movements of these people. Zichen heard it clearly, but the others couldn't see it. During this time, Zichen looked at the fainted Fan Li. He wanted to take him away. After all, he had extraordinary means. But after thinking about it, he didn't take action. Although he had means, he was still a stranger. Taking him into the world rashly would be a huge risk. Moreover, he couldn't be sure whether Fan Li's soul was controlled by Ben Senlu or not. "Zichen, they're here." As Shadowless's voice fell, a gap appeared in the space. Powerful spatial energy shook as the four walked through the gap. During this time, Zichen hid in his world and moved towards the gap. The surrounding spatial fluctuations were very strong, so no one noticed this. Especially when they saw the empty space around them and Fan Li lying there alone, they would pay more attention to him. Zichen took advantage of this time to control the world to enter the wormhole and then escape. The spatial tunnel behind him closed. He directly opened the world and put Shadowless inside, then returned the way he came. "What's going on?" Seeing Fan Li collapse, they were dumbfounded. One of the Son of God went up and woke Fan Li up. Fan Li slowly woke up. His eyes were filled with confusion. "Where's the mother nest?" Ben Senlu stared at Fan Li with an ugly expression. "The mother nest." Fan Li was startled at first, but he quickly reacted. He instantly stood up and looked around. The surroundings were empty. There was no trace of the mother nest. Looking at Ben Senlu and the others, It was clear they didn't obtain the mother nest. Where's the mother nest? Ben Senlu asked again. It was here just a moment ago, but I was ambushed. I don't remember anything after that, said Fanli. There's a large bump on the back of his head. You're saying someone ambushed you and stole the mother nest? Asked Ben Senlu. Fanli nodded. But we followed closely behind and didn't see anything. I'm also very curious as to who attacked me. The instant I saw the mother nest, I killed him. But at that time I was ambushed. Fan Li's face was extremely pale. Young master, I'm not lying. You have to believe me. Everyone's expression was ugly, but no one believed that Fan Li had obtained the mother nest alone. But how could the mother nest disappear just like that? They glanced at Fan Li, then at Ben Senlu. He might have arranged for Fan Li to take the mother nest for himself. Don't look at me. I'm not that bored. It's just a mother nest. You stay here and see if there's anything strange around you. Fan Li, carefully sense if you can sense the mother nest's presence. Ben Senlu looked at Fan Li. I can't sense it. It's completely gone. Fan Li said bitterly. Let's go outside and take a look. Maybe they know what happened. Ben Senlu wasn't angry. He was still very calm. They walked out of the wormhole. But by the time they walked out, the battle outside had already stopped. Where are those people? Asked Ben Senlu. They've already retreated, a sixth rank said. When did they retreat? Just now. Ben Senlu's expression turned ugly when he heard that. He said, coldly chase them. Chapter 2651. Hearing this, everyone immediately turned back and gave chase. During this time, the three sons of gods did not suspect that Ben Senlu had colluded with Fan Li to take the nest for himself, because it was meaningless, also because of Fan Li's status. As the number one arrogant playboy in the divine realm, he naturally valued his reputation greatly. Although the nest was important, and even the sons of gods would covet it, it was not precious enough for Ben Senlu to take it for himself. Can you sense their location? Ben Senlu asked, his expression extremely gloomy. Yes. Fan Li nodded. Very good. I'd like to see just which reckless fool dares to steal my things, said Benson icily. But soon, Fan Li's expression changed. I can't sense them. You can't sense them? Yes. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned ugly. Even from hundreds of miles away, Fan Li could sense the nest's aura and the existence of the restriction. But now he could not sense those enemies. After confirming it several times, Fan Li shook his head, indicating that he could not sense them. Let's return to the city first, then slowly investigate. Ben Senlu was surprisingly not angry, but this did not mean that he was not angry. He was just hiding his anger in the bottom of his heart, waiting to explode in an instant after capturing those people. The other three clearly knew Ben Senlu's way of doing things, and they all silently mourned for those people. Offending Ben Senlu, this was a huge mistake. Zi Qin had already returned to his own world. After a few teleportations, he left the restriction. After a few more teleportations, he was already tens of thousands of miles away. Under such circumstances, no matter how extraordinary Fan Li was, he would definitely not be able to sense his location. At this moment, Tyrant and the others had already appeared in his world. When they saw the nest, their eyes shone brightly. Zi Chen did not refine the nest last time. Tyrant and the others had refined it, allowing over 200 people to increase their cultivation by 2 realms. From this, one could see how special the nest was. It was so hard to get a nest, but we have to give half of it to that guy Jiaowei. Just thinking about it makes me unhappy. Tyrant shook his head. It was a pity, but there was no intention of not giving it to him. Clearly, although this guy was greedy beyond measure, he had a bottom line. A promise was the bottom line. If we bring the mother nest back, only a select few will know about it. Limitless looked at the mother nest in front of him and said, Zichen clearly understood the meaning behind Wuji's words. He nodded, indicating that he understood. The last time he found a mother nest, he shared it with everyone for them to cultivate. But not this time. Not only was the size of the mother nest small, but they also had to give half of it to Shaky Mountain. More importantly, they had to have a strong combat power in the team. Only then would they be able to better survive in the God Realm. Now that they had appeared, if Ben's son Lu had the intention, he would definitely be able to find them and take revenge. Therefore, during this period of time, it was necessary to nurture some powerful forces. After smoothly returning to Jiang City, Zichen divided the mother nest into two. After that, he used a spatial technique to put away half of the mother nest. As for the other half, it was placed in his world for everyone to refine. Tyrant, craftsman ancestor, and the others had already started refining the mother nest halfway through their journey, striving to increase their realms. This time, these level 6 celestials had also contributed a lot, so Zichen let them all out, indicating that they should refine the mother nest's rules and strive to break through again. Unexpectedly, after refining, they all shook their heads, indicating that the mother nest was useless to them. After asking carefully, Zichen found out that the mother nest was divided into realms. Not all mother nests could allow people to reach higher realms. During this period, there would be a level restriction. For example, this mother nest in front of him was only equivalent to a level 6 divine envoy. The rules it mastered were also at this level. Therefore, before it leveled up, the space-time creatures it hatched from its eggs could only reach level 6 at most. Of course, the mother nest could grow. If it reached level 7, then the eggs it hatched would have the potential to reach level 7. After listening to the Celestials, Zichen also understood that there were different types of mother nests. For example, this kind of mother nest was the most common type. Therefore, the space-time creatures it hatched from its eggs were only space-time creatures. Even if they reached level 6, their intelligence wouldn't be high enough, and they still wouldn't be able to take human form. As for the Celestials, they were higher-level mother nests. Their intelligence was higher, and the space-time creatures they hatched would not only be able to become Celestials, but they would also have different levels of potential. This potential didn't have much to do with the mother nest's level. As long as they had the opportunity, they could continue to break through. Then, could the mother nest have been domesticated? Asked Zichen. The Celestials shook their heads, indicating that they didn't know. That was because whether it was ordinary mother nests or high-level mother nests, they weren't things that they could understand. You also don't know how the mother nest is formed? Asked Zichen. We don't know. But according to our speculations, during the process of laying eggs, the mother nest deliberately accumulates some special law energy. Then it gathers this energy together, and when it reaches a certain level, it will bestow a new mother nest with a new soul. The Celestials weren't certain about this. They were just guesses. Other than special existences like them, the mother nest had absolute control over all the other life forms that were born from its eggs. However, there was no complete definition. In fact, there were many different kinds of mother nests. Some had intelligence, while others didn't. Some could set up their own restrictions, while others couldn't. In any case, the mother nests were all different. Just like humans, there were geniuses and idiots. There were even those who were born mentally retarded or extremely intelligent. Since the mother nest they had obtained wasn't of any help to the Celestials, Zichen and the others began to refine it. They were still the ones who knew of Zichen's existence. While they were refining the mother nest, Zichen's divine clone brought the other half of the mother nest to Rocky City. Clearly, he was going to complete their exchange. After entering Rocky City, he directly went to find Rocky Way. Just at this moment, he heard a cursing voice coming from within the city. "Rocky Way, you trash! It's been so long, but the city is still so broken. Have you paid back all the resources you owed father?" Zichen looked over and was surprised to see Ben Senlu. Originally, he hadn't been clear about the relationship between Ben Senlu and Rocky Way, but hearing this he understood. It was no wonder Rocky Way had been willing to give him this information. So the heavenly god foster father he had been relying on was most likely Ben Senlu's father. Now that he understood all of this, he felt a faint sense of regret. If he had known about their relationship, then even if he had intentionally lowered the price by another 10%, Rocky Way would have been willing. That was because he wouldn't be able to find a second existence here who would dare oppose Ben Senlu. At this moment, Fan Li was following behind Ben Senlu. He was looking around as if he was searching for something. Other than that, the other 3 heavenly gods' children were also present. "Young master, it's been a long time since you've come. Why have you suddenly come here today?" Rocky Way's voice rang out as he brought Sina and the others over. "I come and go as I please. What can you do to me?" "Trash, let me ask you, have you paid back all the resources you owed me back then?" asked Ben Senlu icily. "Sorry, but the city's development has been in dire need of resources, so..." Before Rocky Way could finish, he was interrupted by Ben Senlu. "What's the point of apologizing? Are you not planning on paying it back?" Seeing Ben Senlu's ugly expression, as well as the unsightly expressions of the others behind him, Rocky Way felt a bit gratified. Ben Senlu hadn't come for a long time, but now he had come to reprimand him. Furthermore, he had threatened to take back all the resources he had owed him back. If he was in a good mood, he would have come here to humiliate and show off. He definitely wouldn't have asked for the resources. If that was the case, then there was only one answer. The craftsman ancestor had succeeded. "Ben Senlu, watch your words. You're a heavenly god's child, and Rocky Way is also a foster son. What right do you have to speak to him like that?" demanded Sina. Ben Senlu disdainfully said, "You also said that I'm a heavenly god's child, while he's just a foster son. In my eyes, my father has too many foster sons. Who does he think he is? If he enters my eyes, I'll treat him as a dog. If he doesn't enter my eyes, then he's not even a dog." "You." Sina was infuriated. Xian Lin and Xavier were also icily glaring at him. "What, am I wrong? The 3 of you are also heavenly gods' children, but you insist on following this trash. Are you not afraid of losing your heavenly god, father's face? Ben Senlu, others might be afraid of you, but your young master Sina isn't. If you keep speaking rudely, don't blame me for being impolite." "Humph, what can you do to me?" sneered Ben Senlu. "Isn't it just resources? The 3 of us are willing to fork out." Xian Lin looked at Ben Senlu. "You're a heavenly god's child, but you're actually interested in such little resources. How laughable." "Correct. It's just these resources that I need you 3 heavenly gods' children to fork out. I wonder who's more laughable. Everyone, Rocky Way, accept your kindness. As for the resources, I can still gather them." Just at this time, a divine emissary came and gave Rocky Way a divine ring. In the god world, divine rings were very common, but in the lower realms, obtaining a divine ring was as difficult as ascending to the heavens. Taking the divine ring, Rocky Way respectfully handed it over to Ben Senlu. "I've been busy developing my power and haven't had the time to return and see foster father. I'll have to trouble young master to take these resources back. Don't flatter yourself. You don't have the time. Even if you return, do you think my father will see a trash like you?" Ben Senlu snatched the god world without even looking at the resources inside. He was very clear that Rocky Way wouldn't dare lie to him, nor did he have the guts to do so. "Not only are you trash, you're also a person who doesn't keep his word." He turned to the gathered crowd and said, "Do you see that? This trash is called Rocky Way. He's the master of this city. Instead of following him, why don't you come to this young master's, Ben Senlu's city to develop? There are more opportunities and benefits there. I definitely won't treat you badly." While Ben Senlu was talking to the people around him, Fan Li was also looking around. When he saw Zichen in the crowd, his pupils couldn't help but shrink. Chapter 2652. Fan Li stared at Zichen, but Zichen didn't look at him. Instead, he looked at Ben Senlu. His eyes shone brightly as if he was affected by his words. Fan Li carefully studied Zichen. His nose trembled and his expression changed. "What's wrong?" Beside Fan Li, a son of God asked in a low voice. "That person seems familiar," said Fan Li. "Who?" The son of God turned his head. Then, under Fan Li's guidance, he saw Zichen. Zichen had changed his appearance long ago. Even his aura had changed in order to prevent this from happening. Moreover, his aura-changing method was the method of a heavenly god awakened from his memories. It was clearly extraordinary. Furthermore, Fan Li's level was lower than his, so it was very difficult for him to sense his true soul aura. Moreover, he had learned from Shadowless that Fan Li was extraordinary. Naturally, he had hidden it. "You know him?" asked the son of God. "No, I just feel that he's familiar." Fan Li shook his head and stopped paying attention to him. After Ben Senlu finished speaking, he looked at Yan Wei. Unfortunately, Yan Wei wasn't angry. He even stood there without moving, allowing the people around to look at him. Trash! Unable to get any effective counterattacks, Ben Senlu was very bored. He put away the divine ring and said proudly, "Let's go." Everyone followed Ben Senlu and left. Before leaving, Fan Li glanced at Zichen again. There was confusion in his eyes. "Let's go." After Ben Senlu left, Yan Wei and the others turned to leave. During this time, Sina said, "He seems different from usual. He looks very irritable. He seems to be in a bad mood." "If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be in a good mood either," said Yan Wei calmly. There was a hint of a smile at the corner of his mouth. "Then how can you still smile after what I said to you?" Xan Lin looked at him. "Why can't I smile? We plotted against him and stole his things. What's wrong with being scolded?" When the others heard this, their expressions changed. Then, ecstasy appeared on their faces. Obviously, they understood the meaning of Yan Wei's words. "I thought that you would be in a bad mood too. Perhaps you would kill someone to vent your anger. I didn't expect you to be in a good mood. At least you can smile." A voice sounded from behind the four of them. The four heads saw Zichen walking towards them. "Who are you?" Sina demanded. Right now, Zichen had changed his appearance, and it was not the appearance that Sina and the others saw last time. Because he knew the relationship between Ben Senlu and Yan Wei, he suspected that Ben Senlu had spies around Yan Wei. "Come in and talk." Yao Wei brought Zichen to his own residence. During this time, Sina and the other two also followed. Clearly, he had no intention of deliberately avoiding the three of them. He had absolute trust in them. After entering the room, Yang Wei closed the door and raised his hand to release a restrictive light, blocking the following conversation. "You succeeded." Sina looked at Zichen, his expression fluctuating quite a bit. After all, it was the mother nest, a great opportunity. Who wouldn't be tempted? If I didn't succeed, I wouldn't have come. I'm afraid that Wei wouldn't be angered by Ben Senlu. Zichen chuckled. Being bullied is a small matter. Resources are a big matter. So what if I can gain a better foothold in the God realm? Yao Wei said calmly. Hearing this, Zichen nodded. Only he knew how Yao Wei truly felt. How could it be easy for them, who came from the lower realms, to gain a foothold here? Compared to Yao Wei, he was much luckier. He'd managed to get on Yi Qian's good side, but it couldn't be purely luck. Personality was also important, because Yao Wei had met Yi Qian earlier than him. If it weren't for his own strength and greed, he wouldn't have reached this point. He took out a divine ring and tossed it to Yao Wei. Yao Wei caught the divine ring. After using his spiritual sense to inspect it, a hint of excitement appeared on his face. After that, he passed the divine ring to the other three to inspect it. When the three of them saw the mother nest in the divine ring, they all became excited. After all, it was a mother nest. Normally, they could only look at it from afar. Now, however, they could come into close contact with it and even obtain it. However, the excitement in the trio's eyes quickly disappeared. Sina returned the divine ring to Yahweh, then said coldly, "Back then we agreed on half. How can we be sure it's half? What if it's a third or a quarter? After all, there's so little of it." Zichin looked ahead and saw that Yahweh's expression hadn't changed. But the other three sons of heaven's excitement had disappeared, replaced by dissatisfaction. "That's right. Why should we believe you? Who can guarantee how much you've given us?" Xianlin also said, "You can ask Yahweh, or you can ask Ben Sunlu. I think he should be able to testify whether it's half or not." Zichin said indifferently, "You." Yahweh waved his hand, indicating that Sina should stop talking. He looked at Zichin and asked in confusion, "I've never seen you before. Who are you? How can you make decisions in Yiqian's place? This is the mother nest. You have the authority to take out half of it?" Zichin smiled faintly and said, "If I said I was sent by the pagoda battle heavenly god, would you believe me?" "I don't believe you. Father never sent anyone to her." Xianlin said coldly. Zichin spread his hands and said, "If you don't believe me, then forget it." Then he got up and cupped his fists at the four, saying, "Everyone farewell. If something good like this happens again, remember to contact me. But this time our losses are not small. Next time, we'll ask for 60%. Stop dreaming," Xianlin said coldly. She hated Yiqian and naturally hated the people around her. Yahweh nodded at Zichin and sent him to the door. Seeing Zichin leave, Xianlin said with certainty, "He's definitely not one of Father's people." Sina said, "Do you want us to investigate the details and see how they stole the mother nest in front of Ben Sunlu? You should know that Ben's son Lu brought so many experts, but Yiqian only had a few people." "Forget it." Yahweh shook his head and said, "No matter what, this time we're cooperating with each other. Moreover, they did keep their promise and gave us half." "Do you really believe that's half? What if it's half of half?" The four looked at him. "Of course I do. If I didn't, I wouldn't have gone looking for them." Yahweh beamed a faint smile. "Although the mother nest is precious, some people value their promises more. Although they're rare, no matter if it's Yiqian or the craftsman ancestor, they're both people like that." Eventually, Yahweh advised them, "Remember, don't investigate what happened. If Ben's son Lu follows the clues and comes to us, we will be exposed. Also, we should cut off the tails that could cause problems. You guys know what the mother nest represents." The others nodded. Then, they divided the mother nest's resources. According to Yahweh, they should divide the mother nest's resources into 4 equal parts, one for each of them. However, the other 3 refused. They had just asked for information and didn't do anything. How could they take so much? Moreover, Yahweh had lost a shield this time. They heard that it was a precious treasure on this life star. Thus, the 3 of them took 3/5 of the resources, while Yahweh took 2/5. After distributing the mother nest's resources, Yahweh said, "Remember to be patient. Don't show off. Also, don't break through too fast." "Why?" Yahweh's eyes gazed into the distance. "Because Ben Sunlu will find whoever breaks through faster. Thus, you guys should be careful. At least, don't break through too fast. However, when Ben Sunlu's attention is shifted, it won't be a problem." "What do you mean?" The 3 of them didn't understand. "The war will erupt soon. After Ben Sunlu's attention is shifted, we can focus on developing our forces. No matter who wins this war will have a foothold." Yahweh told them more things to pay attention to. Then the 3 of them left. After Zichin left, his clone and his real body started to refine the mother nest's resources. Rather than refining, They were comprehending the principles of earth and heaven. The mother nest just gathered those principles, which made it easier for them to comprehend. This kind of comprehension was different from the Saber Ancestor's tablet. It involved many principles. Moreover, the soul power wouldn't be consumed. Quite the contrary, it would increase unceasingly until it transformed. Ben's son Lu wasn't willing to let his resources be stolen like that. He immediately sent people to investigate and see who had come to collect information. In addition, Fan Li also walked between the four cities, trying to find some suspicious clues. During this time, Ben's son Lu's people didn't find anything. After that, they gathered again and carefully recalled the scene. Ben's son Lu didn't see anyone else. He only saw a bald man. In the God realm, such a bald man was very rare. Find the bald man first. Thus, Ben's son Lu ordered. He doesn't seem to be bald. Fan Li suddenly said. They all turned to look at him. What did he mean by not only bald? He seems to be a monk. Fan Li said. Monk? When they heard this, they didn't understand. That's only in the lower realms. Back then, I felt that his aura was different from ours. In other words, he's not a god at all. Fan Li said. Are you kidding? If he's not a god, how can he reach the god realm? If he's not a god, how can he block our attacks? Moreover, we fought in the outside world. One of the sons of God said, What I mean is he's not a god, but he's a god messenger. How is that possible? When they heard this, they were stunned. But soon they recalled the battle. It seemed that it was indeed so. The other's aura was indeed different from their god's aura. Moreover, the way they fought was different. If he's not a god, then what is he? They were very puzzled. Ben's son Lu said, Go investigate. See if there's any other existence that's not a god but has a god's realm. As long as one was interested, it was easy to find out. That day, Ben's son Lu received the news. Chapter 2653. As far as Ben's son Lu knew, the strongest race in this world was the God race. They were the rulers of this world. Besides their greatest enemy, the creatures from another space-time, there shouldn't be any other life form in this world that could be compared to the God race. However, when he got the news, he knew that the Life Star was a place where the low-level bloodline had an existence that could be compared to the God clan. The answer was clear. Those who had robbed them came from the Life Star. This made Ben's son Lu extremely angry, because he was actually robbed by a group of people with low-level bloodlines. This caused him to feel extremely embarrassed. Investigate. I must find out where they are. I must kill them. If Ben's son Lu had a good relationship with Yue, it would be too easy to find out information about the Life Star. Even Xianlin knew where the Life Star was. After all, although the divine world was big, there was only one way for people from the Life Star to come up, and that was through Yiqian. Unfortunately, the relationship between them wasn't good. Thus, Ben's son Lu missed the best opportunity to get information. Next, it would be difficult for him to find a few existences from the Life Star in this big divine world. While they were trying to find information, Yue naturally heard the news. However, he chose to ignore it. However, at this time he also had doubts. The craftsman ancestor and the others weren't level 6. How could they have stolen the item from Ben's son Lu? Although he had doubts, he didn't try to find out. Obviously, he didn't want to provoke Ben's son Lu. Time passed. Although they tried to suppress it, Sina and the others had broken through to level 4. It had to be said that this speed was too fast. Seeing that they lacked patience, Yue said that the 3 of them could go back first. After getting the mother nest, they would have face to tell their godfather. They believed that their godfather would be happy. Of course, the premise was that they couldn't tell their brothers and sisters about the mother nest. However, they could say that they had obtained some kind of opportunity. On this side, Yue could relax for a while. In Zi Chen's world, everyone was focused on refining the mother nest's energy. During this time, the heaven race would kill the false gods of other levels and let Toby and the others decompose them. Yi Qian had not returned yet, but Zi Chen had already informed her through a secret method. In the following days, a powerful aura would erupt in Zi Chen's world almost every few days. Every time there was a burst of aura, it meant that someone had broken through. Among them, the first to reach the 6th rank was the craftsman ancestor. After breaking through, he felt very emotional. In the past, he had to stay in the divine city for tens of thousands of years before he could reach level 4. However, after leaving the divine city for a few hundred years, he had already advanced 2 levels. He was very satisfied with this speed. Immediately after, Wuji also broke through to level 6. It had to be said that his breakthrough was even more significant, because Wuji had the yin and yang doppelganger. 1 level 6 was equivalent to 2 level 6s. When the 2 level 6s were added together, they far exceeded level 6. Zi Chen and the others were still refining, and their realms were gradually increasing. It must be said that at this moment, everyone simultaneously gave up on comprehending the ancestral steels. Yi Qian and Wang Xian are returned, and the 2 of them successfully brought back a sword ancestral steel. However, because it was exchanged in another area, it consumed more resources. After going around, Yi Qian found out that the realm of the gods gave special care to this area. The same things in other areas would be cheaper in this area. Obviously, the realm of the gods was encouraging people to come to this area to develop. The 2 of them came to Zi Chen's world and saw the remaining mother nests at a glance, and they were very surprised. After that, Zi Chen told them what had happened, and Yi Qian said in surprise, "It was actually the news from Xiaowei. It seems that the rumors are true." "What rumors?" Zi Chen asked. Yi Qian said, "It is said that the 2nd heavenly god values Xiaowei very much. Before he became a divine envoy, he decided to take him as his adopted son. Furthermore, when a group of heavenly deities took in foster children, they would only be accepted after they had made outstanding contributions. However, Xiaowei was different. He seemed to have been taken in by the 2nd heavenly god without making any contributions. Of course, it might be because he had made some contributions that others didn't know. However, one thing is for sure, the 2nd heavenly god values him very much." This made Ben Senlu very angry, so he deliberately targeted Xiaowei every time. Obviously, this was the first time Zi Chen heard this. Now he understood why Ben Senlu was so rude to Xiaowei. Although there was a huge difference between a son of heavenly god and an adopted son, it shouldn't be treated like that. Now he understood. The 2nd heavenly god is famous for doting on Ben Senlu. That's why he became known as a spoiled brat. However, we don't have to be afraid. This isn't the 2nd heavenly god's territory. Even if Ben Senlu knows that we did it, he will at most attack the city. No matter how much the 2nd heavenly god dotes on him, he won't interfere too much in this matter. After all, the realm of the gods is so big. There are many cases of sons of heavenly gods snatching resources from each other. Not to mention that we are not on the same path as him. Even the children or adopted sons of the same heavenly god will snatch resources from each other. Yi Qian said indifferently. At this moment, she was obviously more concerned about the mother nest's resources. Zi Chen looked at Yi Qian, whose attention was attracted by the mother nest. After seeing the light in her eyes, he said, "I thought you would be angry when you heard that we are cooperating with Xiaowei." Yi Qian turned to look at Zi Chen and said with a smile, "Why would I be? Now that my spirit is strong enough, nothing can make me angry." Of course, in this sentence, there was another sentence that Yi Qian said in her heart, "Provided that you are safe." After his resources were stolen, Ben Senlin naturally wouldn't let it go. Therefore, he kept sending people to search for clues, anything that could be related to the life stars. Under other people's instructions, they started from the source. For example, the trial grounds of the sons of heavenly gods. After all, Without them leading the way, those beings from the life stars couldn't have reached the realm of the gods. After searching, they really found a clue. The first time I Chien led people to a trial, she brought along a life star. After that, Ben Senlu started to investigate I Chien and found out that I Chien was the daughter of the ninth heavenly god. After that, he investigated further and found out that when I Chien entered the trial grounds, she brought many beings from the life stars. He wouldn't have known if he didn't investigate, but after careful investigation, Ben Senlu found out that I Chien entered the trial grounds at the same time as Xiaowei and the others. In addition, they had a conflict with Xiaowei. This discovery infuriated Ben Senlu. He had spent so much time investigating, spending so many months. He didn't expect Xiaowei and the others to know about it. Therefore, he angrily went to find Xiaowei. During this time, he even guessed that Xiaowei had arranged for I Chien to steal his things. After all, he didn't know I Chien and didn't know where I Chien was. Why would she steal his things? Xiaowei, on the other hand, was very scheming. He was right next door. Perhaps he had found something strange and told I Chien about it. As for the conflict between them, it wasn't a big deal to Ben Senlu. He was very clear that in this world there were no conflicts. There were only benefits. The reason why there were conflicts was because the benefits weren't big enough. The benefits of the mother nest were big enough to resolve all the conflicts in this world. When Ben Senlu came to Xiaowei City, he started to curse loudly. His words were very unpleasant. Apparently, the people in the city were used to Ben Senlu's behavior. As long as he wasn't in a good mood, he would come to Xiaowei to vent his anger. "Xiaowei, get out here!" Ben Senlu shouted, "Young master, why are you looking for me?" Xiaowei appeared. "You know that I'm the young master? Then, you dog slave, you know that I'm looking for someone. Why didn't you tell me?" Ben Senlu panted with rage. "Young master, what do you mean?" "I've been cultivating in seclusion recently," Xiaowei said with a surprised face. "Cultivating in seclusion? Trash like you. What can you achieve by cultivating in seclusion?" Ben Senlu mocked. However, because of Xiaowei's words, he purposely checked Xiaowei's realm and found that he was still at level 4. After such a long time, if Xiaowei had the mother nest, he would have broken through by now. Of course, there was no lack of crafty people who didn't break through because they were worried that he would come looking for them. "Give it to me." Ben Senlu reached out to Xiaowei. "What?" "The mother nest," Ben Senlu transmitted. When Xiaowei heard this, his face changed drastically. He said bitterly, "Young master, my city has only been developing for a few hundred years. It's still very small. Moreover, I've only recently gathered enough resources to return to my foster father. Where would I find the resources to exchange for that thing?" The mother nest was definitely a great opportunity in the God realm. However, it wasn't rare. As long as one had enough contribution points and God crystals, they could exchange for it. Seeing Xiaowei's current state, Ben Senlu's face revealed a look of disgust. He stared at Xiaowei and said coldly, "I was just asking casually. Trash like you. How could you exchange for that thing?" Xiaowei nodded and heaved a sigh of relief. It could be seen that he was indeed lacking in resources recently. "Then let me ask you, do you know I Chien?" Ben Senlu asked again. "The sixth daughter of the ninth god, goddess I Chien?" Ben Senlu nodded. Xiaowei said, "I've known her for a long time. Back then, we were still from the lower realm. We even went through a trial together. Unfortunately, I only obtained a level 7 city while she obtained a level 9 general city." "All right, enough nonsense. Then do you know that there's a bald man beside her?" "I heard that he's a monk," Ben Senlu said impatiently. "I know. I heard that he's called Good and Evil Monk. He's both good and evil. Then do you know where they are now?" Ben Senlu stared into Xiaowei's eyes. Chapter 2654. Yue Wei's expression didn't change. He shook his head and said, "Never seen her. Ever since we separated last time, we haven't seen each other." Ben Senlu's eyes immediately showed a trace of cold killing intent. No, we met last time. Yue said again, that was hundreds of years ago, when I just landed here. She appeared here. I asked her what she was doing here. She said she came here to land. But maybe because she saw me here, she didn't land. After all, we have some grudges. Yue shook his head and said, never seen her again. Really? Ben Senlu asked. This was not much different from the information he had obtained. At the very least, from the looks of it, Yanwei was not lying to him. Yue nodded and said, never seen her. Humph. Ben Senlu snorted and left. Send young master off. Yue said. Yue, you better pray that this has nothing to do with you. Otherwise, you can go back to your lower realm and be a lowly race. I will take back your bloodline of divinity. Yue watched Ben Senlu leave. His expression didn't change. Young master, this matter is very obvious. It was goddess I Chien who did it. On the way back, Fanli said. His battle power wasn't high, but no matter where he went, Ben Senlu would take him. But this matter definitely has something to do with Yue. Think about it, I don't even know that I Chien. Why did she steal my things? Even if she didn't need a reason, how did she know I had a mother nest and followed us at that time? If you say there's nothing to do with Yue, I don't believe it. Ben Senlu said coldly. Then, young master, what should we do next? Fanli asked. Go inform the three of them first, then I will find I Chien. Since she was able to steal our things, she must be nearby. And she's in a level 9 general city. She can land anywhere. Send people to search. You must find her. Ben Senlu said coldly, wait until we find that bitch. After she confesses to Yue, I will take his god bloodline and make him go back to being a lower realm, lowly person. As long as one had the heart, they would naturally be able to find clues. About a month later, Ben Senlu's people found a lonely city 100,000 kilometers away. After seeing that city, Ben Senlu was certain that it was goddess I Chien City. Therefore, he summoned the divine envoys and went to attack the city. The reason why it was so easy was because I Chien City had not been reported. Strictly speaking, it was not protected by the realm of the gods. This time, he had brought more than 200 people, and the leaders were 4 rank 6s. In Ben Senlu's opinion, such a lineup was enough to destroy this city. Looking at the city of General in the distance, Ben Senlu's lips curled into a smile. Since they had stolen his mother nest, he would steal the city of General as well. Charge straight in. Under Ben Senlu's signal, the group quickly flew to the front of Jiang City and prepared to force their way in through the city gate. Buzz! The light barrier trembled, forming a resistance that prevented everyone from moving forward. Damn it! Looks like they've been guarding against us for a long time. Ben Senlu's face flashed with a cold light. In truth, he did not know that the city prohibited all outsiders from entering. I Chien, come out! Ben Senlu yelled coldly from outside. This voice transmitted into the city of General, and at the same time, into Zichen's world. Clearly, after several months, Ben Senlu had finally come to find him. I'll go. Just as Zichen stood up, the craftsman ancestor had already stood up and said, My realm has reached the limit. I'll go out and take a look. They could not enter Jiang City, so the battle could only take place outside. The craftsman ancestor's figure flashed, and he left Jiang City. When the people in front saw the craftsman ancestor, their eyes flashed with killing intent. It really is you. Young Master Lu, this old thing was their last time. Finally finding the culprit, Ben Senlu looked at the craftsman ancestor and said, Go tell I Chien to hand over the mother nest and scram from this city. Otherwise, you can just wait to be destroyed. Hearing Ben Senlu's words, the craftsman ancestor smiled faintly, and the power of the 6 Tao ancestors appeared on his body. This old thing wasn't even rank 6s last time, but he's already here. He must have refined our mother nest. One of the sons of heaven shouted coldly, Kill! Ben Senlu waved his hand and retreated, and the 4 rank 6S charged forward. In front of the craftsman ancestor, the void distorted, and a large hammer emitting a strong light appeared out of nowhere. This was the manifestation of energy, a technique that belonged to him. And for so many years, the craftsman ancestor had been studying this technique. He grabbed the energy hammer in his hand, and a powerful aura surged from his body. The 4 rank 6S charged forward. Some clenched their fists, some took out their weapons, and charged at the craftsman ancestor. The craftsman ancestor held the hammer and smashed it forward. Wherever the hammer passed, the void began to distort, and a powerful and terrifying aura wreaked havoc. Boom! The hammer landed on the fist of one of the rank 6S, and a dazzling fist light instantly exploded, and that rank 6S was directly knocked back. Boom! 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 Following that, the craftsman ancestor swung the hammer and continuously smashed forward. The other 3 rank 6S were forcefully knocked back. During this time, powerful energy fluctuations spread out, and Ben Senlu and the others all retreated. At this moment, they were looking ahead at the craftsman ancestor who was fighting 1 against 4. Everyone's faces were filled with shock. One had to know that the people he brought were all experts. At the same level, they could kill a rank 6S from another dimension in a one-on-one battle. Moreover, even at the same level, they could be considered experts. But now they were suppressed by an old man with a low-level bloodline. Looking at the battlefield ahead, Ben Senlu's expression became extremely unsightly, and the others' expressions also became unnatural. Because in the last battle, the craftsman ancestors' side also had rank 6S. It was obvious that they wouldn't have the upper hand this time. If things went wrong, they might even be wiped out. Go! Seeing the situation, Ben Senlu bellowed and turned to leave. He left decisively. After hearing the order, the 4 rank 6S retreated one after another. Ben Senlu, this is a warning to you. If you come here again, don't blame us for not showing mercy. At this moment, a cold and familiar voice came from the city. The reason why it was familiar was because it was him who had entered and exited the restriction last time. Next time, I will directly destroy this city. Ben Senlu turned back and coldly swept a glance at the city. On the way back, Ben Senlu said angrily, I was careless this time. If I had known, I would have brought more experts. I really didn't expect that old thing to be so strong. Young Master Lu, what should we do next? Asked a son of God. Go back and call people. Bring divine generals, said Ben Senlu coldly. Hearing this, the other party said with some difficulty, That's not very good, is it? Although there were no rules in the God realm, there were some naturally formed rules in private. For example, there had to be a limit to the fights between sons of God. Moreover, the other party was also a son of God. If they brought divine generals, the other party would definitely come. This way, the matter would only escalate. There's nothing bad about it. As long as you can find them, go find them. Even if you can't find divine generals, find some high-level divine envoys. After Ben Senlu left with his people, Zichen looked at Yiqian and said, It seems that we have to go deeper. Yiqian nodded. The city didn't report, nor did it have a teleportation array. The only advantage was that they could quickly put it away. Ben Senlu definitely wouldn't let this matter rest. However, they didn't want to be too distracted, so continuing to go deeper was the best method. Even if Ben Senlu came to find them, the ordinary divine envoys they brought would be useless. At that time, they would only need to fight high-level divine envoys. This way, they would naturally avoid a lot of trouble. Next, Yiqian left Zichen's world and began to control the array in the city to shrink. As for Zichen, he teleported away to find a place where he could put the city. He quickly swept past a group of level 1 creatures. To everyone, this level of existence was no longer a challenge. After another 100,000 miles of teleportation, He arrived at the place where the level 2 creatures gathered. There were level 2 creatures all around, equivalent to level 2 divine envoys. Zi Chen's figure appeared. Next to him was Wuji and craftsman ancestor. As for Monk, he ran to the front and held a shield to fight. Rather than a battle, it was more like a defense. He was enjoying the scene of sending these creatures flying. Looking at the creatures, craftsman ancestor said, "Just put the city here. After all, there are many level 1 divine envoys in the city." Zichen nodded. He confirmed the location and teleported back. On the way back, Monk was determined not to leave. He said he was waiting here, but in reality he was testing the shield's defense. When Zichen returned, he saw the city let out a rumbling sound. It slowly left the ground and spun as it shrunk. During this time, the others were still in the city. After the city shrunk completely, Yi Qian entered Zi Chen's world. Zi Chen returned to where Monk was waiting. After Yi Qian landed, Zi Chen looked at Shadowless and said, "Shadowless, I'll have to trouble you again. It's not bad to go out for a walk." Shadowless said, then left and walked into the depths of the city. This time, he wanted to carefully search for traces of the mother nest. It wouldn't be long before Zichen and the others reached level 6. At that time, it would be time for them to attack the mother nest. Chapter 2655. This time, Ben Senla didn't bring many experts with him to the 10th domain. This time, for revenge, he had to go back and find someone else. This would take quite a long time. But because he brought too many people last time, after they went back, the news of the mother nest naturally spread. The mother nest in the entire God realm was an amazing opportunity. After this news spread, it attracted many people's attention. As for the details of that battle, it was obvious that people were digging up little by little. Qi Wei and the others also heard this news at the first moment. Ben Senla's attention had been diverted, and Sina and the others had also returned. On the day they received the news, the 4 of them gathered together again. Exanlin said solemnly, "I dare say that Father definitely didn't give Yi Qian a person. Not to mention 4 level 6 experts. He didn't even send a god envoy." Qi Wei and the others glanced at Exanlin, but didn't say anything. A god? Why wouldn't he send an expert to protect his daughter? If Father had given it to Yi Qianren, Mother would definitely have known and would have told me immediately. Exanlin said with certainty, but he didn't, not even one. Also, after the last trial, Yi Qian didn't go back. They were still silent, using silence to express their true thoughts. Exanlin said unwillingly, "If he gave Yi Qian, why didn't he give it to me? I'm also his daughter. Shouldn't he treat me the same?" The entire god realm knew that the Tower Battle god doted on the 6th holy daughter, but until now he had never given her a guard. This seemed to be a contradiction to begin with. But after this incident with Ben Senlu, everyone felt relieved. Naturally, he didn't give it to her on the surface, but there were experts secretly following her. Everyone's silence made Exanlin feel very wronged. "You should believe me. Father definitely didn't give it to Yi Qian. Even if he gave it to her and not me. Think about it, with her stubborn personality, would she want it?" Exanlin looked at Qi Wei. "You know her very well. Do you think she would want it?" Qi Wei shook his head. "Definitely not." Hearing this, Exanlin immediately smiled. That's right, she definitely wouldn't want it. So those 4 level 6 experts weren't sent to her by Father, they were her own. But why was she at level 6? The answer is obvious. Sina, she stole all of your gains. When Sina heard this, he looked at Exanlin in a daze. That works too. Xavier's mouth was wide open, but he couldn't utter a single word. Yan Wei was also speechless. He thought to himself, isn't this line of thought jumping a little too quickly? I've always been suspicious of her. Why was it that she didn't suffer any losses in the last trial, but others did? Aside from that damned skeleton, There must be those rank SAXS that Sina lost helping her. Xan Lin clenched her teeth and said, "So we were played. Sina, we should work together with Benson Rue and attack her city." The three of them looked at each other and were stunned on the spot. They thought in their hearts that they should never offend a woman in the future, especially a vengeful woman like Xan Lin. Ben Senlu's departure gave Ziqin and the others enough time to refine the mother nest. Clearly, the most important thing now was to increase their strength. Everything else could wait. Wuji and Craftsman Ancestor had both reached level 6, so the two of them were comprehending shield intent. Perhaps they weren't proficient in swords and sabers, so this kind of attack was dispensable. However, defense was indispensable. Wow! The light of energy trembled. Chen's true body and divine avatar were comprehending at the same time. His body released an intense light. His soul was undergoing a drastic change at this moment. When the others sensed this aura, they all looked at Chen. Is he going to reach level 5? His soul was rapidly transforming. At the same time, a power was forming around his body. This world was also undergoing new changes due to the advancement of his soul. Tyrant looked at Ziqin and his face lit up. There's still time. It seems there's still a chance to break through to level 6. Not long after, Tyrant and the others also broke through. There was bound to be a great battle. Everyone wanted to reach level 6 as soon as possible. This was their first battle in the Divine Realm. Naturally, they had to win beautifully. Ben Senlu brought back a group of level 6 Divine Realm experts. This was also the ability of a son of God. However, he didn't bring a single divine general. This was the consensus of the Divine Realm. After all, the enemies of the Divine Realm were creatures from another dimension, not the Divine Realm itself. Being able to bring a group of level 6 Divine Realm experts was already an amazing feat because there were many people in the Divine Realm, and most of them focused on developing their own forces. Under normal circumstances, a level 4 Divine Realm expert would have accumulated enough opportunities to exchange for a city of his own. He would then become a city lord and develop his own forces. Under normal circumstances, level 6 Divine Realm experts were already doing well in other places. Therefore, existences of this level wouldn't listen to others' orders unless it was absolutely necessary. For example, many of the people brought by Ben Senlu had their own cities. However, there were also some who didn't. These people were specially nurtured by the gods. Their goal was to strengthen themselves. All of their gains were used to strengthen themselves and not to develop their forces. In the realm of the gods, there were many such lone wolves. In this way, even though they were weak, they would be free and unrestrained. There would be no worries and they would be free. Soon, the 4 sons of God met up. Then, Ben Senlu realized that other than the level 6 Divine General, each of them brought a level 7 Divine General. Divine Realm experts had a total of 9 levels. Every time they advanced, their battle strength would increase greatly. The difficulty would also increase. Under normal circumstances, each level was a different level of difficulty. It could be said that reaching level 6 was easy, but reaching level 7 was very difficult. This was also why those Divine Realm experts were only level 6, and why the mother nest they obtained this time was also level 6. Adding up the people from the 4 sides, there were more than 50 level 6 Divine Realm experts. This was a terrifying number no matter where it was. Obviously, Ben Senlu was really angry this time. Other than that, there were also more than 100 lower-level existences. However, compared to so many level 6 Divine Realm experts, these existences were obviously not many. Therefore, Ben Senlu signaled for all the Divine Realm experts to go. As a result, the number of people immediately exceeded 1,000. With such a large group gathered, the momentum was obviously great. However, Ben Senlu was still not satisfied. He went to look for Yue. After seeing Yue, he directly said, "Bring all your people and go do something for me." Yue clearly understood what Ben Senlu wanted to do, but he did not say anything else. He immediately gathered his people. It was obviously impossible to bring everyone. Before that, he had to ensure that the city could operate normally. Where are the other three? Seeing only Yue's group, Ben Senlu said unhappily, "Do we owe you something?" A cold voice rang out. Sina and the other two walked over. Fan Li glanced at them and transmitted, "Young master, they are all clones." Clones were clearly here to join in the fun. Ben Senlu laughed disdainfully, then signaled for the group to move forward. The group of over 1,000 Divine Realm experts began to move forward. Next, when the other Divine Realm experts heard the news, they all hurried over, following behind Ben Senlu and the others. In a short time, the number of people here had reached thousands. With such a terrifying group moving forward, the creatures from the alternate dimensions could only wait for death. Very quickly, at high speed, they moved forward 100,000 miles and arrived at Yiqianluo City. However, they did not see Yiqian City. Why not? Were they scared away? Sina's group of three, following behind him, asked in surprise, "That's impossible. They must have gone deeper." Looking at the disappearing city, Yue smiled. "There's a good show coming up. I believe that more than half of the people Ben Senlu brought will have to go back the way they came." "What do you mean?" "They can put the city anywhere they want, but they can't go as they please. Just watch. Soon, there will be a group of people who will have to go back." Since Yue could guess that Yi Qian and the others had gone deep, Ben Senlu obviously could as well. Thus, he led the group forward. There were many people in the group, but no matter how many there were, they could not compare to the creatures from the alternate dimensions. As they moved forward, the creatures from the alternate dimensions grew stronger. In the end, the ones who appeared were comparable to first-level Divine Realm experts. Ben Senlu obviously would not stop. Thus, when they went deeper, a group of people in the group would be left behind. They would either continue to fight here, or they would choose to go back. The group of thousands had lost 70% of its members. The remaining people were all second level and above, but against a group of first-level creatures, they would have a hard time. Yue had already instructed his people to go back. During this time, they did not suffer any losses. As for the others, they had encountered danger. There was also a small interlude. For example, if someone encountered danger and shouted for help, they would be given contribution points to trade. After being rescued, the contribution points would be transferred to the other party. Very quickly, they went a few 100,000 kilometers and encountered second-level creatures from the alternate dimensions. At this point, more than 70% of the group had left. The fourth-level Yue and the other 3 third-level Divine Realm experts, along with the clones of Sina and the other two, followed far behind. By now, the people who had come to watch the show had all left. In front of them, Ben Senlu's group of 4 had less than 100 people left. But among them, there were more than 56th-level Divine Realm experts. These were the true experts of the group. Yi Qian couldn't have really run away, right? Just as Sina and the others were puzzled, after going a few thousand kilometers deeper, they finally saw a glowing city. Around the city, there were not many creatures from the alternate dimensions. "It's here." Chapter 2656. Since they had found the place, the next step would be the battle. Divine light swirled as Ben Senlu flew forward under the escort of a group of level 6 experts. This time, he didn't try to force his way into the city. Instead, he stood in the sky outside the city and shouted, "Yi Qian, come out!" At this moment, other than Ben Senlu and the level 6 experts, the others were killing the creatures from the alternate space that were charging at them. Those who could make it here were all experts. The weakest was at level 4, and there were very few level 3 experts. Yahweh and the rest stood far behind, looking forward. They wanted to know how Yi Qian would face so many level 6 experts. Light flashed in front of them, and I Chien and the rest appeared one after another. There were more than a dozen of them, and each of them emitted the aura of a level 6 divine envoy. Obviously, they had all broken through to the other half of the mother nest. Xan Lin looked at I Chien, who was surrounded by divine light with a cold glint in her eyes. I Chien, I'll say the same thing. Hand over the mother nest and tell me who ordered you to do it. Then get out of this city. I can let bygones be bygones. Otherwise, only death awaits you. Ben Senlu said coldly. I Chien didn't respond. Zi Chen stepped forward and said, I remember I told you last time. Don't blame us for being impolite the next time you come. It seems like you didn't learn your lesson. Ben's son, Lu, laughed sarcastically. With just you trash? Open your eyes wide and see how many people I brought here today. It doesn't matter how many. Zi Chen wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Tyrant. Why are you wasting your breath with him? Just go ahead and fight. A mere level 4 expert can be easily killed by Lord Zhang. Tyrant said proudly. Then he took the shield and rushed forward alone. Kill him. Ben Senlu waved his hand, and several level 6 experts rushed forward from behind. As they rushed forward, they displayed their powerful attacks. Dazzling and powerful divine light appeared in the sky, and a terrifying divine aura descended in an instant. Seeing these people coming, Tyrant laughed and blocked in front of him with his shield. The shield was surrounded by light and runes flashed. Boom! Their attacks landed on the shield and created an extremely strong vibration. The powerful divine light rolled back and knocked away the nearby level 6 warriors. Is that all you have? Tyrant smiled proudly as he continued to charge forward with his shield. It's your shield. In the rear. Sina looked at the shield in Tyrant's hand and said. Ao Wei nodded. Not only did he recognize the shield, but he also saw that the shield had become complete. Why is this shield so strong? Didn't you say that there was nothing special about it? Sina asked. Wag, Wei said. This thing originally belonged to them. Now that it can display such a strong defensive power, it should be related to their own strength. In other words, that shield doesn't recognize the power of the gods. If that's the case, won't we suffer a loss? Xan Lin seemed very dissatisfied. It can't be considered a loss. In our hands, it is indeed a waste, losing a piece of trash to us in exchange for half of the mother nest, allowing us to quickly reach level 6. Why not? Although they agreed with Yan Wei's opinion, the three of them couldn't help but feel somewhat uncomfortable. After all, this matter was better than I Chien. After Tyrant rashly charged into the crowd, Zi Chen and the others in the rear were forced to act. His true body didn't appear. His doppelganger held the changed stone knife and charged forward. Craftsman Ancestor and Wuji were the first to attack. Next, Zhang Haotian, Mo Ape, and the others also attacked. There was no doubt that in this battle, except for Zi Chen and I Chien, who were from the God Clan, everyone else was from the Life Star. In the city, when Toby and the others saw this scene outside the city, their faces were filled with shock. Craftsman Ancestor was incomparably powerful. He could fight 4 level 6 divine envoys alone. Wuji used his doppelganger. 2 Wujis also blocked several level 6 warriors. Qing Nu followed beside Wuji. Her battle prowess couldn't be underestimated. Mo Ape was next. Black demon ancestors' power flowed around his body. He held a black staff with flashing runes in his hand and constantly swung it. He hadn't comprehended any techniques yet, so he could only rely on his level 6 brute force. One had to admit that Ben Senlu and the others had arrived too early. If they had arrived a little later, and all of them had comprehended techniques of this level, then everyone's battle prowess would have been greatly improved. At that time, these level 6 warriors might not be enough to deal with them. But now, these level 6 warriors still brought a lot of pressure to the group. The monk charged forward recklessly. Wherever he passed, all those who tried to attack him were sent flying. "Don't attack the shield. Attack him!" Ben Senlu shouted from behind. Hearing this, some of the level 6 warriors charged forward while the others circled behind Tyrant and attacked. Tyrant released the shield with both hands. Buddhist light swirled around his body, forming a light shield. Runes flowed on the light shield. This was the strongest defense. After the strongest defense appeared, the light shield floating above suddenly disappeared. At this moment, the other level 6 divine envoys were already attacking. Bang! Tyrant opened his mouth from within the light shield. His voice was loud and clear like a great bell. Buddhist light swirled around his body. He had a smile on his face, full of compassion like a Buddha. This was the first sound of the 6-syllable mantra. At this moment, as the power of the divine envoys was displayed, it formed a strong wave. This wave spread out, heading straight for the level 6 divine envoys. Uft, uft, uft. Wherever the Buddhist light passed, the level 6 divine envoys coughed out blood and were sent flying. Their eyes were all filled with shock. In the distance, the faces of Yue and the others suddenly changed. Obviously, they didn't expect this monk to be so powerful. But after the first sound, Tyrant's consumption was also great. A trace of exhaustion appeared on his compassionate face. "Kill him." Ben Senlu wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, a trace of fear on his face. Just a moment ago, that voice suddenly rang in his mind. His soul seemed to have suffered a strong shock in an instant. At the same time, it was like someone was using a hammer to hit his heart, causing him to cough out blood. This kind of attack came without warning. Obviously, it was very terrifying. More level 6 divine envoys rushed towards Tyrant. In the meantime, many divine skills landed on Tyrant's body, but they were all blocked by the strongest defense around him. At this moment, this defense wasn't just the strongest defense, it was also a defense that was fused with the light shield. Many of the attacks were even reflected. On the other side, Zhang Haoyan appeared from his hidden state. The stone sword pierced forward, piercing through the shoulder of a level 6 divine envoy. But it wasn't fatal. This was because he didn't have a deep understanding of the space of the divine realm. He also didn't fuse the assassination combat skills with the ancestral power well. But now, they seemed to be level 6 divine envoys, but they lacked the corresponding skills. In this way, compared to the level 6 divine envoys with divine skills, they lacked the necessary combat skills. At this moment, they were still able to suppress one-on-one, which was already extraordinary. At this moment, the devil ape was still using brute force, which consumed a lot of energy. Longhu and the others revealed their true forms, relying on their strong physical bodies to resist. In comparison, the battle between Yi Qian and Zi Qian was relatively easy. After all, both of them had mastered many divine skills. In addition to the condensed divine power, they temporarily had the upper hand in the battle. Buzz! In the sky, there was a tremor, and an extremely strong sword intent suddenly appeared. A bright sword light pierced through the sky, heading straight for a level 6 divine envoy. When the level 6 divine envoy saw this sword, his expression changed drastically. He immediately blocked with his weapon. At the same time, the divine envoy's body was surrounded by light, and a divine bell fell from the sky, enveloping him. Bang! The sword light swept past, and the sword intent wreaked havoc. The weapon in the level 6 divine envoy's hand was immediately sent flying. The sword light didn't slow down, and it directly cut through the defense of the level 6 divine envoy, sweeping past his body. The level 6 divine envoy's body was split into two, and he fell to the ground. His vitality was gone. This was the first kill. It came from Wang Xian, who was holding the Battle King's sword. She flew through the sky, holding the Battle King's sword in her hand. Her dress fluttered without wind, and her beautiful eyes were filled with killing intent. When the other divine envoys saw this scene, they were all shocked. It seemed that her first kill had given the people on the life star a great deal of confidence. On the other side, Wuji let out a loud shout. After that, his two doppelgangers fought side by side. Their hands formed seals, and in an instant they launched an attack. Extreme yin and extreme yang. Extreme yin and yang auras revolved as they moved forward, like a high-speed spinning disc, heading straight for the 3 level 6 divine envoys in front. Boom! When they got close, the yin and yang auras exploded, creating an extremely strong destructive power. This power swallowed the 3 level 6 divine envoys. 2 of them were sent flying the moment they were devoured, while the other one died completely in the violent energy. The second level 6 divine envoy died. Behind them, when Sina and the others saw this scene, they were all shocked. It should be known that when experts of this level fought, they would only be seriously injured under normal circumstances. It was very rare for them to die. This was because their vitality was very strong. Unless there was an extremely high suppression, it was impossible to extinguish their vitality. Under such circumstances, they had only seen one existence that transcended common sense, and that was the dead skeleton. However, they did not expect to see 2 of them, and they could kill someone of the same level in one move. Damn it, go and kill them. I want that sword. Ben Senlu's gaze was fixed on the sword in Wang Xian, Er's hand, and his eyes flashed with greed. Behind him, there were 4 people standing. As his voice faded, 3 of them walked out. When they walked out, powerful auras exploded from their bodies. Then, divine energy circled around their bodies, and there were a total of 7 of them. Level 7 divine envoys. Everyone's expression changed when they felt this powerful aura. Ben Senlu's side already had a lot of people. Now that they had sent out 3 level 7 divine envoys, it was obvious that they wanted to eliminate them. Chapter 2657. Previously, Zi Chun had been standing outside and watching the show, but now he couldn't. If he continued watching, everyone would be in danger. In the midst of this, he naturally noticed the arrival of Rocky and the other 3. I'll deal with one. Just as Zi-chan was about to make a move, Tyrant shouted and charged towards a level 7 divine emissary. He had a shield, which was equivalent to having absolute defense. Even if he faced a level 7 divine emissary, he wouldn't be afraid. He charged towards the level 7 divine emissary, his body shrouded in Buddhist light as he smashed the light shield in his hand. The level 7 divine emissary punched out, and a dazzling divine light appeared between heaven and earth. A powerful pressure instantly descended. The punch landed on the light shield. The light shield released an intense light, and runes lit up, layer by layer, neutralizing the power of the level 7 divine emissary's punch. The level 7 divine emissary's cold expression changed slightly at this moment. I won't send you off. Tyrant looked at this scene and smiled faintly. The runes on the light shield suddenly exploded with a strong light, turning the absorbed power into a powerful recoil force. Boom! The powerful recoil sent the level 7 divine emissary flying. So strong! In the distance, Sina and the others were all dumbfounded when they saw Tyrant send the level 7 divine emissary flying. Even the usually calm Wei had an unnatural expression on his face at this moment. The power of this shield was simply too unexpected. I want that shield. I want both the sword and the shield. Seeing how powerful the shield in Tyrant's hand was, Ben Senlu's eyes lit up as he shouted loudly. Tyrant heard this and looked at Ben Senlu with dissatisfaction. What do you know? The truly powerful one is your Lord Zheng, not this shield. Your Lord Zheng is the strongest. Ben Senlu's expression was naturally ugly when he called himself Lord Zeng in front of a son of God. He pointed at Tyrant and said coldly, "Kill this Baldy." "Baldy? Are you blind? I'm Lord Zeng, your good and evil Lord Zeng." Tyrant was even more dissatisfied with Ben Senlu's address. "Hurry up and kill him." Ben Senlu was completely enraged. Hence, another level 6 divine emissary charged at Tyrant. The level 7 divine emissary who had been sent flying earlier also turned back. The other level 7 was blocked by Wuji. With his yin and yang body, it was not a problem for him to fight two against one. The last one headed straight for Wang Xian. However, before he could reach her, the space around him trembled. He noticed that a huge hammer was heading straight for him from the side. Wherever the hammer passed, the void would constantly distort, and the surging ancestral power would wreak havoc. It was the craftsman ancestor. Among the group, his comprehension of the ancestral power was the deepest. He could almost fuse it with his previous techniques. Just like that, the 3 level 7 experts were blocked by the 3 level 6 experts. However, during this period of time, many level 6 experts were freed up. They charged towards the devil ape and the others. Now that there were so many of them, it was only natural that they would have a hard time blocking them. Seeing this, Zi Chen did not hesitate and immediately opened up his own world. The 12 level 6 heavenly clan members, who were already prepared, clasped their fists at Zi Chen and charged out. The sudden appearance of 12 level 6 celestials was clearly another powerful force. After seeing this, Ben Senlu's face became even more gloomy. At this moment, besides the 3 divine sons, there was only one expert left beside him. This was his last resort and also his trump card. He did not want to use it for the time being. Look at what that is. Sina's expression changed completely. If not for Yan Wei holding him back, he would have already charged forward. This was because he had seen all of the 12 level 6 heavenly clan members before. If not for the accident, he would be the master of these people now. However, it was obvious that they already had a master. It's them. Sina said excitedly, "Those should have been my guards." Sina's excitement caused Xavier and Yan Wei's faces to be filled with doubt. If Sina was not lying, then the previous harvest had indeed been obtained by Yi Qian. However, if Yi Qian was there, how could they not have sensed her? How did Yi Qian follow them, and how did she leave? One must know that according to the information they had, Yi Qian and the others should not have appeared in the second area. "Humph, I told you long ago, but you didn't believe me." Xian Lin snorted coldly. Her gaze towards Yi Qian became even more venomous. Last time, for these things, they had offended many divine sons, but they had gained nothing. They did not expect Yi Qian to obtain them. I definitely did not see wrongly. Those are the 12 level 6 heavenly clan guards in the soul-absorbing pearl. Damn it. Sina gritted his teeth, wishing he could charge forward immediately. During the previous trial, he had lost a lot of face and gained nothing. He was often mocked by his siblings. One of the reasons why he and Yan Wei had come here to develop their forces and be mocked by others was also because of this. Last time, I told you that father definitely did not give her a single person. Do you believe me now? Xian Lin said unhappily. If that is the case, then how did she obtain the soul-absorbing pearl? Did she get it from outside, or did she hide it in the dark? This was something Yan Wei could not understand. Damn it, my soul-absorbing pearl and so many regeneration divine source. Damn it. Sina's face was filled with anger and regret. Hearing Sina's words, Yan Wei's eyes suddenly shone. He said involuntarily, I know what happened. The 3 of them looked at him. It wasn't Yi Qian who took your things. Those guards were not Yi Qian's. Yan Wei said, if it wasn't Yi Qian, then who? The 3 of them did not understand. It's skeleton, it must be skeleton. He did not perish together with the level 6, but killed the level 6, then left the first area, and went to the second area by himself. Yan Wei said. The three of them still did not understand. You can't figure it out, can you? You think Skeleton is dead, but you didn't see him? But don't forget, what other properties does regeneration divine source have? Yan Wei said with certainty, not only is Skeleton not dead, he has been by I Qian's side this entire time. The three of them clearly understood what he meant. Regeneration divine source could bring the dead back to life. If Skeleton encountered regeneration divine source, he could completely regenerate his body. The three of them turned their heads and looked at the only other God race clansman besides I Qian. That's right, it's him. We've met long ago. Back then, I was puzzled as to why a stranger like him could make decisions for I Qian. Now we all know he is Skeleton. He is also the one who took the soul-absorbing pearl and the regeneration divine source. Look at the knife in his hand. Although the color has changed, the shape has not. It's still that stone knife. Damn it, so it's him. Sina was enraged, Xavier was enraged, and Xian Lin was also enraged. The three of them had obviously suffered at Skeleton's hands and hated Skeleton to the bone. But even if we discover the truth, we can't say anything now. Don't forget what we obtained from them. Yan Wei transmitted. Although you lost 12 level 6 God Race clansmen, the mother nest we obtained this time can create more than 12 God envoys. Therefore, we can only watch the situation unfold. Skeleton is aware of this, which is why he decided to release the 12 God Race clansmen. They were not willing to accept the outcome, but they could not do anything to Skeleton. If they infuriated him and forced Skeleton to tell them the truth, they believed Ben Senlu would not let them go. Although they were not afraid of Ben Senlu, they did not want to cause unnecessary trouble. However, they could only pretend that nothing had happened and suffer in silence, while Ben Senlu continued to focus his anger on I Qian. Yan Wei glanced at the battlefield and said, "The battle is about to come to an end. We have to take a step back. Next, I Qian's people will either die in battle or retreat to the city and wait for Ben Senlu to destroy the city." The three began to back off after hearing this. Ben Senlu's side had gained an overwhelming advantage due to the overwhelming number of experts. The demon ape had expended a lot of energy. Thus, it could only back off continuously. Zhang Haoyan's hidden figure was discovered. He was knocked flying while coughing out blood. Long Hu, the flying tiger god, and the rest of the experts kept backing off. A few of them had already transformed into their human forms. It was obvious that if this continued, everyone on their side would suffer serious injuries and die, unless they retreated to the city now. However, it would be difficult for them to come out once they retreated. Zi Chen had been observing the situation the entire time. It was obvious that he could no longer sit around and wait for his death. Thus, he took a step forward and left the world. As he was leaving, his body emitted a glow, changing his appearance and aura. He suddenly appeared in the void, his body shining with golden light. The golden light was unusually bright and powerful. The 6th grade divine envoys were startled when they saw a person suddenly appearing in the sky, before they immediately charged upward. Zi Chun held the scabbard with his left hand and grabbed the hilt with his right. The force of the extreme yang progenitor in his body continued to gather toward the saber. Buzz! The saber shuddered. Its watery glow scattered into the surroundings, forming a ripple of energy. Zi Qin drew his saber out of the scabbard. A flash of saber light appeared and swept forward. When the saber glow appeared, a powerful saber intent wreaked havoc in the world. If one took a closer look, they would discover that there were 3 runes within the saber glow. The saber intent struck the 3 runes. The saber glow swept forward. The 3 6th grade divine envoys could not dodge in time. Uft, uft, uft. The saber glow sliced their bodies open. The saber intent within spread out. A powerful aura swept across the sky. The blazing and violent energy formed a destructive ripple that wreaked havoc. Such an unforeseen event caused the battlefield to pause for a moment. Everyone raised their heads and looked at the sky. They looked at the violent ripple that was spreading in all directions. They looked at the unfamiliar figure standing in the air. They looked at the 3 incomplete divine envoys that had fallen from the sky and landed on the ground, dead. Chapter 2658. There was a brief silence on the battlefield. Everyone looked up at the sky and Ziqin, who was standing there in the air. The power of the 6th Tao ancestor lingered around his body. His body was surging with a scorching and violent aura. When everyone saw his cultivation level, their faces revealed even more shock. If Ziqin was at level 9, they would not have shown such expressions. After all, a level 9 could kill 3 level 6 with one slash. However, he was only at level 6, but he had killed 3 level 9 in an instant. That is... Qi Wei looked at Ziqin. This was an unfamiliar face and aura. However, the saber in his hand was strangely familiar. Beside him, Sina's pupil shrank. He stared ahead and did not say anything. Damn it! Kill him for me! Benson's cold voice suddenly rang out in the quiet battlefield. Another level 6 rushed toward Ziqin. Young Master Benson. The others looked at the sky nervously, killing 3 level 6 divine envoys at once. Although this had never happened before, they had just seen someone who could kill a level 6 divine envoy in an instant. However, they had all used up a lot of energy and did not continue to kill a second level 6 divine envoy. At this moment, Benson was thinking the same thing. The other party had used up a lot of energy to kill 3 level 6 divine envoys with one slash. He believed that the same method could not be used a second time. However, was that really the case? Several more level 6 divine envoys rushed toward the sky. In the sky, the existence with the saber placed his right hand on the hilt of the saber again. Then he injected energy into it. Buzz! The saber trembled. The water-like energy spread out and formed a strong wave. He unsheathed the saber. Swoosh! The shining saber light appeared again. The world was dyed in golden light. The saber intent that had just disappeared appeared again. This was 3 saber intents. They came from the 3 saber ancestors' steels that Ziqin had comprehended. The saber light moved forward. It turned into a saber light and then a saber arc. It expanded rapidly. This scene did not seem fast to the crowd. Their eyes could see every change in the saber arc. However, in their eyes, this attack was not fast at all, and the level 6 that followed were unable to dodge it. Pooh! 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 The saber light flashed again, and another 3 level 6 experts were cut in half at the waist, while the others retreated in fear. God's blood splattered in the sky. The 3 6th level oracles fell to the ground, and then there was no more sound. He died again. It's the same technique. Looking at this scene, Yang Wei couldn't help but frown. At this moment, there was a fog in his mind, and he couldn't see the truth behind the fog. Sina didn't say anything either. He looked at his opponent, and for some reason he felt abnormally nervous. In the distance, the people brought by Ben Senlu had already finished their battle with the space-time creature. They stood guard outside and did not come back. Originally, they wanted to join in, but the one who killed 3 people with one slash appeared, so they stayed where they were. However, everyone's faces were filled with fear and shock. Being at the 3rd or 4th level was already a very high level in this place. After all, the guards of the children of gods, such as Rocky and Sina, were only at the 4th level. But here, even level 6 experts were being massacred. What did their little level count for? Seeing 3 more die, Ben Senlu was abnormally shocked, and his face grew increasingly unsightly. Beside him, The three children of gods also turned very pale. On the one hand, they were shocked by Zi Chen's powerful battle prowess, but on the other hand, they were heartbroken by the deaths of their level 6 experts. They were level 6 experts. In other places, they would have been a well-developed city lord with a group of oracles under them. Swish! At this moment, the figure in the sky suddenly flashed, transforming into a golden light that charged into the crowd. Buzz! Light flashed, and saber intent swept out. Another level 6 expert was cut in half at the waist, and his body fell to the ground. Swish! Before the corpse could hit the ground, golden light flashed again, and the saber arc appeared once more. There were 50 to 60 level 6 oracles here, so it was relatively easy to find them. Moreover, every time the saber arc swept past, the nearby level 6 experts were unable to dodge. All they could do was raise their own defenses, but in front of a saber intent that contained 3 saber intents, these defenses were obviously insufficient. Puff! Puff! In the blink of an eye, several level 6 experts were killed. This was a complete massacre. Ben Senlu and the 3 children of gods were completely stunned. When had they ever seen a battle where people of the same level were killed? In the distance, Aowei and Sina were so shocked that they did not say a word. The person in front of them was very similar to the person they both hated deep in their hearts. But that person also had such powerful strength. Killing people of the same level was a complete massacre. Even Xavier and Xan Lin could not say a word. Although they did not know each other, they could not help but think of a figure after seeing the way he killed. It was Skeleton who had killed one with a single saber strike. But what puzzled them was that Skeleton was in the field, but judging from his performance today, he did not seem to be very powerful. Zi Chen transformed into a golden light, flashing, unsheathing his saber. Unlike Wang Xian and the others, he could open up a world here. In his world, there was a huge amount of energy. He followed the rules of this world. Currently, he was only a level 6 progenitor, so the ancestral power that appeared in his body was 6 paths. But this did not mean that he only had 6 paths of ancestral power. On the contrary, there was a lot of ancestral power in his world. Although these powers could not help him break through, they could provide him with endless help. Once consumed, they would appear again. Because of the perfect world, he had almost inexhaustible energy. As long as his soul was not severely exhausted, he could continue fighting. At this moment, with Zi Chen's appearance, Devil Ape and the others also retreated. They were not too happy that Zi Chen had taken action. Instead, they were a little worried. After all, his identity was very sensitive. Nothing could happen if he appeared at this time. Monk still did not retreat. He was chasing after those people to test the power of his shield. Yi Qian retreated. Before returning, she glanced in the direction of Aowei and the others. Then, she returned to the crowd. Looking at Zi Chen, who had turned into a golden light, she seemed to have made up her mind. In the holy city, the deities were dumbfounded. It seemed like they had never seen this person before. Toby had also never seen him before. However, he recognized the blade. This made his expression change. He was in disbelief. At this moment, Zi Chen was unstoppable. One after another, level 6 experts were killed and more of them were escaping. Kill him! Ben Senlu, on the other hand, had recovered from his shock and yelled. The 3 level 7 experts who had lost their opponents immediately rushed towards Zi Chen. At this moment, Zi Chen was standing in the air. There were already many level 6 corpses below him. He turned around and looked behind him. Wang Xian, who had just returned to the group, nodded at him. Then, she flew forward and stood beside him. Swoosh! At the same time, Monk appeared on the other side of Zi Chen. At this moment, the 3 of them were standing side by side with a blade, sword, and shield in their hands. The 3 level 7 experts rushed towards the 3 of them. Are you ready? Zi Chen asked. I've been ready for a long time. Monk replied loudly, Wang Xian, and nodded her head. At this moment, a crack appeared in the sky. 3 streaks of light shone from the crack and landed on the weapons of the 3 experts. They were the weapon spirits. Wang. The 3 weapons vibrated in unison. They emitted bright lights and powerful auras. This aura was simple and ancient as though it came from ancient times. The 3 of them who were holding the weapons released their auras completely. At this moment, they were telepathically connected with their weapons. The 3 level 7 experts who were charging at the front had a change in their expressions. Attack! Zichen bellowed. He unsheathed his blade. Swoosh! An unusually dazzling blade radiance appeared in the next moment. It was filled with powerful blade essence, and the radiance completely lit up the surroundings. Hum! On the other side, the sound of a sword rang. Wang Xian unsheathed her battle emperor sword. Sword essence filled the air and wreaked havoc. Wang! The shield in Monk's hand started to glow. Runes circled around it and vibrated continuously. Battle intent rose. The broken blades, swords, and shields left behind from ancient times were finally reassembled after countless years. They were finally back together and fighting side by side. Battle intent filled the air. The radiance of the 3 weapons completely covered all the light in the surroundings. At that moment, the only thing in everyone's eyes were the 3 weapons, as well as the person holding them. The golden blade radiance swept past the level 7 divine emissaries and dissipated into specks of light. The battle emperor sword in Wang Xian, Oi's hand pierced forward. Sword essence filled the air and pierced through the chest of a level 7 divine emissary. The sword essence instantly spread throughout his body and formed an extremely destructive force. The light shield in Monk's hand left his body and flew forward while spinning. Poof! The shield essence filled the air and swept past the neck of the level 7 divine emissary at lightning speed. His head flew high into the air and divine blood splattered everywhere. The light shield flew into the distance and circled around before returning to Monk's hand. With the light shield in hand, Monk looked at the headless body falling from the sky and said indifferently, Who said that shields can't kill people? Pum! The level 7 divine emissary's body landed on the ground with a loud thud. He didn't get up again. As for the other 2 level 7 divine emissaries, they were lying on the ground. One of them had his body split open by the blade, and the other's heart was destroyed by the sword essence. With the cooperation of the weapon spirits, the 3 powerful level 7 divine emissaries were all killed instantly. The craftsman ancestor looked at the 3 people in front of him and sighed. His era had passed. Even Wuji shook his head and didn't speak anymore. Qing Nu held onto his arm and leaned against his body. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.